Damn it. Damn it. Damn it, I tried to get her to say it. I unmuted. What? And it wouldn't have worked anyway. That bastard. I tried to get her to say poop, farts, boobs, and butts or whatever.
Boob, boner, boobs. Boobs, farts, boner,
balls.
Balls, of course!
Boobs,
How could I
fart,
forget about?
Boobs, fart, boner, balls. I want to write
Boobs,
it down.
fart, boner, balls.
I'm going to write it down just so we don't forget, because we got to record that. That's it. Boobs. Fart. This is a great way to start the stream. Boobs, fart, boner, balls.
Happy Friday!
She was saying it, and I was like trying to turn the mic on. I turned the mic on, but her mic was off. I was like, the music would be playing, and all of a sudden you guys would just hear
boobs, fart, boner, balls. That would have been funny, actually.
I was trying to be funny. Sometimes it works, most times it doesn't. Sir Cal, what's going on? What's going on?
What's going on? What's going on?
Finally got the crick spot set in. Nice! And you already built them? What? I just sent those out! See, boobs, farts, boner, balls. Got it. It works. Welcome, everybody. We're going to give everybody from, give Kenny a little bit of time to finish up. We'll sit here and chat, discuss, and look at this disgusting model that I have based in the cheapest paints I can find.
Why'd you do that?
Because that's what the lesson is. How to use cheap-ass paints.
I'm here, joined by my man Slow Fuse Gaming.
What? What? How'd you get in here? I thought we locked this damn door.
I just jumped in and you were there.
Trying to keep the riprap out. Sneaks in the window. What's going on, my man?
Well, we just did a good stream. We had a crash in the middle of the stream.
I saw it.
Oh,
I was
no.
okay. See, here's the deal. Like Kenny comes in, pokes his head in our stream every now and then, and he ducks out, does whatever he does. See, I sit there the whole time, man. I was there the whole time for that. I saw it. You know what I thought? I thought you just took like a long dump or something. Like because you said you had to get up and change the AC, and you got up, and then it was like, and then more. And then more, and I was like, well, you just had to go pinch one off, you know? And then when you came back, you were like, whoops.
If only it was just a good poop. And
it was like, whoops, sorry about that. And I was like, I didn't even notice it crashed. I was just sitting here watching the screen be blank. I was like, man, this air conditioner sure is hard to work.
Some people in the stream were there for like 30 minutes waiting for me to come back because they didn't hit refresh.
Oh, well, see, you just came right back on for me. Like, I didn't have to refresh or anything, so.
Yep.
I know, sometimes it won't, so they just thought you were gone and just ditched.
No, they were standing there just seeing the chat talk, and they were like, when is he coming back on? What are you guys talking about?
What a drag. I hate it, man. I hate technical problems when streaming is absolute worst. Because we don't have, unlike like live broadcasting in the TV world, we don't have another recourse. You don't have a switch you can flip to like all of a sudden like jump to another broadcast satellite. You know, it's just like you're screwed. So.
No doubt. Well, guys, you know what we're about to do. We're about to run in there. My man Jason is working on the same models, the same days. He's working on his own version of Richard. We're about to just drop. We're going to drop the hammer on Richard.
Big swinging hammer.
How about that?
Big swinging hammer. All right, we're ready for you. We got it all framed up. We got Jen over here saying boobs, fart, boner, balls. So we're good.
So we're gonna raid, guys, and we'll come in there, drop it down. Make sure you actually click over to his channel once the host takes hold, so that you can actually join in the action. If you stick behind and you throw emotes in our channel, no one's gonna see them, but the Yodog bot. So stand by.
They're coming for us, people. We're ready to hype it up in chat. Exactly. Just hit exclamation point hype the entire time. Defend with unicorns. Our unicorn defense.
All right.
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible to defend Kenny's chaos with freaking unicorns. As much as we would like to, I don't think we can do that.
Well, my favorite one now is how you brought this Inquisition out.
Yeah.
But then you also brought a heart out, and I was like, you ruined it, because now I can just do this one that I'm gonna do over and over.
The Inquisition loves chaos, but notice the heart is a bomb, dude. So it's like a Trojan horse kind of love, right? We fly that love right in the door of chaos, and then it blows them up.
Is it all love that way?
Well, we like to try to kid ourselves into thinking there's some love that's not like the prison. I don't think that's it. It all hurts. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us over from Kitty's channel. We were having a good time over there. I was pretty silent because I was working on getting everything ready for the stream over here. But we're going to have ourselves some fun. You can see that we're going to work on the same model. Mine looks a little different because I was sitting around, Kenny, and I don't know about you, but I get like no less than 3.6 million questions a week asking me what kind of cheap paints are still good for painting. You ever heard that one?
What kind of cheap paints? No, I actually don't get that question.
Yeah, I get people asking me all the time, like, what can I do? I don't have a lot of money to spend. What are good paints? That's the way the question is. It's not them asking what cheap paints are, but I don't have a lot of money. What's a good set of paints for me to get? And I'm like, well, what kind of money are we looking at? And they're like, well, I could spend like $30. And I'm like, well, that'll buy you 4 pots of paint. So good luck with all that. But so what we're going to do tonight is we're going to show people how we can paint these damn things with cheap paints. That's the thing. We're going to make an amazing model out of cheap-ass paints. So I have gone out and we have done this. We've gone and changed up all sorts of stuff. We have a palette cam now. So everybody can see my wonderful left-handedness throw paint in the palette. And we are going to show people how to paint this stuff with, like, literally. Slack Zombie, thank you so much for the sub. Kicking it up big. You're good to see you, Slack. Hype it up in the channel for Slack and that new sub. We're going to show you how to use, like, the cheapest Master's Touch freaking Hobby Lobby special paints. Paint miniatures. That's what we're going to do. Because I have no fear. I have no fear at all. Death and Knocking, you can just buy the primary colors and mix your ass off. I thought long and hard about doing that on the stream, but there's not enough time in the day, nor enough like money on the planet to make me want to do RGB mixing all the time, or CMYK mixing on the freaking stream to get like, you know, leather brown. So I was literally on the precipice of going, how far do I want to take this? Do I want to spend the entire stream?
How much of a baller and how much of a budget am I on?
I was right there, man. I was standing on the edge of the cliff about to make that jump. I was going to bust it out. I was going to be like, yo, dog, here, look. We got yellow. We got red. There's green in the box. We'll do some green in the box. We got some black. 5 cents in paints. And some white, right? We're gonna do this, right? We'll throw in some blue just because I hate not having blue. We could just do this. We could just do it like this. We could just be like, here's how we paint miniatures on this street. I wasn't going to do that. I'm crazy, but I'm not that crazy. But we are going to use cheap paints. This whole set was $27. And that was before the 40% off Hobby Lobby coupon.
Oh, so you did it with a $30 budget.
Yeah. Yeah, we went out and thought about, okay, so people are telling me, like, you know, in that range of like $30 or whatever, what can I do with paint miniatures and how do I get started? And I'm like, well, okay, well, you can pick yourself up some cheap-ass brushes at Hobby Lobby, the synthetic sets for like $4.99, and that just blew $5 of your budget. So now we're down to like $25. Well, this full paint set, I shit you not, man. Look at this, $27.99. $27.99, and you get the 40% off coupon, and it makes it like free. I think they actually gave me money at the checkout counter when I showed up, and it's 36 freaking colors. Look at that, wow. 36 22 milliliter tubes. That's more paint overall than you get from Vallejo, and because this stuff is paste, it's like, I don't know, at least 1 billion times more paint than you get from Vallejo.
I was about to say, that's functionally more paint than I've used in 3 years.
Literally, you'll never run out of this shit. So, I mean, I might have just, like, struck unknown gold here because like I said, they paid me to take the shit out of the store, basically.
They're like, take this.
They're like, we can't give this shit away, it's so horrible, but we want to give it to you so that we can come watch you stream and watch how amazing you paint these miniatures. The first thing I noticed, that you guys all noticed, is that because you got to thin this shit down with airbrush medium and everything, you're going to wind up with none of it being flat off the brush.
So shiny.
All of it's going to be satin right off the brush. But it actually, I was really surprised. I went in and based just with some browns and some sepias to get my red and gold ready to work up. And it even has metallic. I'm not kidding. This silver is out of that set. It's metallic silver, I ain't going to lie. It's actually really nice. So... anyway, that's what we're doing tonight. We're going to do our normal, tell you how to layer, tell you how to blend, tell you how to stipple the nipples and all that good stuff. And we're gonna do it with the cheapest fucking paint on the planet. So there you go. So
I'm
for all
excited
you
to
out
watch.
there that think that there's these big like curbs of entry to get into the hobby, now the biggest curb is a model, and you can buy some pretty dope hashtag pro painted models off of eBay for cheap that you can strip off. And now I'm going to show you tonight, hopefully, a way to turn your $5 that your mom gave you for lunch into an amazing set of paints.
Don't eat lunch today.
Don't eat lunch. Skip lunch, and I'll show you how you can paint your minis. It's going to be a good time.
I'm going to jump in this chat. I'm going to watch you use this new camera I'm really excited about. And good luck.
Oh, yeah. We're up against it. It's either going to be one of two things is going to happen tonight. It's either going to be an amazing success and people are going to laud all this over the internet for years to come, or we're going to ship the Gore Chosen box set when we give it away with a bottle of Simple Green to strip this motherfucker down to gray, and we'll ship you all these paints with it so you can give it a go. All right. So one way or the other, it's going to be fun, and that's what we're all about here is having a lot of fun. So whether or not we make good models or not, I don't know, but we're going to have a lot of fun with it. So anyway. Let's jump in. Let's do it. I'm Jason, by the way. That's Jen. She's the smart one. She's the one that has all the talent. We have a brain link, and she just tells me what to do. I'm kind of like the automata to her magus.
I'm mentally
magus.
painting right up here.
Yeah, and it just happens.
And it goes over to his
That's
hand.
how I'm able to spew such nonsensical BS the entire time that I'm painting, because it's really my motor system is tied to her brain, and the rest of it just kind of happens. Let's do a quick backup before we get into this crazy paint sling and slop and see what we did this week. This week on the stream, we worked on doing our test model for Imperial Fists. This guy we did not paint with the cheapest paint on the planet. We did this with Vallejos. But we spent bulk of the week going through and showing how to do glazing as a really good way to bring up yellows. Yellows are one of the hardest colors to paint over armor plating and things like that. So we did good airbrush coating, and then showed everybody how to work up your shadows and your highlights with glazes so you can get a really bitchin' yellow surface tone. And then, after we got the yellows all laid down, we went in on this guy, our Assault Sergeant, and laid in all the black. And all this is done just with glazing. All the black armor, 100% done with glazing, and looking really good. I'm super stoked on where this is headed. Got a really good workup going on this guy. I finally got the jetpack showed up in the mail today, so I'll paint some of those over the weekend, hopefully, and get at least one model knocked out so we know what our general squad layout is going to be. We've been doing that, and of course, along with Kenny, we're working on all these Gore Chosen. So tonight we are starting up Mr. Man. Mr. Man with cheap paints. Again, just to refresh, we are literally using Master Chuck's Google paints.
Did you change something about your mic?
No, why?
Well, because I just said it doesn't sound like I'm used to hearing it sound like keep a smaller microphone.
I don't think so. Turn it off mine. No?
Change the battery in it?
Oh, the battery might be going dead.
Hello, test.
Same old microphone. Let me know if it keeps getting worse or if it's just down too low or something. Let me know. The battery, they have batteries for phantom power. I've had some problemos. Red Baron, you need to watch some videos on that black glazing. Yeah, you can go back and check out our VODs for the week. Unfortunately, a lot of our VODs during the course of the week get muted because we do normal playlist, and you guys get to choose songs, and so it eats out all the copyright music. So I apologize for that. We will be doing a lot more of these Imperial Fists. It's an entire army for the studio here, so there'll be plenty of chances to tune in and see how we do that black glaze workup. It's pretty phenomenal. It's the way I do all of my non-metallic shiny black. So we've done all sorts of models that way. I'm doing a lot of Kingdom Death. We've got a full commission working with one of our viewers for the Kingdom Death pinups. And in doing that, we've been doing a lot of the same style stuff with like the dark iron on her greaves and gauntlets, of course the sword, all in non-metallic. We're doing all of our metals in non-metallic paint on these guys. So that same style gets used fairly often. I'm a creature of habit, so a lot of my techniques, regardless of the paint we're using, are going to be very similar, and it might just be changing the colors, but the methods kind of remain the same. So you'll catch the same sort of thing on lots of different models. We got that. We just did. We also just finished up in that same range of Kingdom Death doing a tutorial on doing OSL So we did this chick, the white speaker with her glowy blood coming out of her wrist, providing a red glare all over the model. This one I was really stoked with how it turned out. We were doing. I wanted to do the dark skin on her just so we could get a really good contrast with the light. And as you can see, as we kind of turn our table light down, you get that real good glow effect all over her. So, at that set, thank you so much for the host. How you doing today, man? So yeah, so we got that done up. So we do a lot of different stuff here. I airbrush a ton, I brush a ton, you name it, whatever style there is out there. We're willing to tackle it at some point in time or another. This one was a lot of fun because I got to freak everybody in chat out as we were doing it because I worked up all of the flesh tones perfectly and all of the bright spots weren't red. They were done up in all the right flesh tones. Everything looked good, and then I slopped red glaze all over her, and the whole chat was erupting like, "Oh my god, he just screwed up that whole model. How'd he fuck it up?" That's what he said. And then we worked up the red glazing and stuff. So, at that set, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the sale. But yeah, that's a scoop with this. So we're doing a full set of these gals, and we'll be working on them quite a bit this time. In fact, I've got the next one ready to be prime. I'm going to be doing the Survivor, I think. But she ought to be pretty cool. She's going to be a light-skinned version. She's got some oil cell coming directly from her lamp. So unlike the blood, this will be more of a general orangish glow kind of a flame burning lamp. But it's going to be from her backside, so her button and everything will be front with the shadow. So we're doing a lot of really cool effects with this. Really cool mission production. All right. So without any further ado, how you guys doing? How's the weekend starting? John Bingham, how the hell are you? Yeah, is it better? Is my mic better
when
now?
he said when you put it up, said when you held it right up, it sounded better. There's a sort of high pitch. How do you hear?
High pitch.
What kind of battery does it take? Do we have any?
What's that? Yeah, we can put another battery in.
Oh yeah.
We'll just nip it at the plug and make sure that's not the problem before we get going, and it becomes a problem. This is amazing. This is like the first time in my life anybody's actually wanted to hear me.
I want to hear you all the time.
They're telling you to shut up. The mean people. Those mean people. Give me just a sec, guys. We will pull this battery out of this battery.
Okay. Just turn it off and unplug it. Gareth, I'm going to be quitting that job today.
Which one?
My job today is amateur clown wrangler. Not interested. I must have been desperate for work.
Oh no. I don't know how that works. That's a new battery.
Gareth said they can hear me fine, that's why no one's complaining.
Yeah, right? They don't want to hear me anyway. I'm just that guy with paints. Like I said, we got palette cam. It's probably not going to be awesomely awesome for you guys, but hopefully it'll give us some ability to watch what happens here. Right, so honestly, if I can get this paper laid up. So dry in Arizona, even my wet palette dries up instantaneously. This weekend is ending. When I used to be off on Monday, man. I paint. We are going to be doing some general tutorial stuff with painting, like we normally do, but one of the big keys that I'm trying to hinge on tonight is how to get started in a miniature painting with very inexpensive paints. One of the things that we have to deal with a lot here is the fact that our paints are very expensive. I mean, nobody's going to lie. To buy 17 milliliters of paint for, $5 is not in everybody's wheelhouse. So, and even more expensive for some of the GW paints, like the technical paints and everything, can be $6-7 a bottle, and in some cases for less paint. So I get asked a lot, like I was telling Kenny in the intro, about what's a good way to get started in without breaking the bank on paints. And I tell people, well, you can buy the 72 color Vallejo suitcases that they have for game, Model Air. I think they've got a Game Air one, and then the game color. The suitcases are great value, but they're still expensive, right? I think at retail they're still well into the high $200. And you can find them on sale for like $199 from time to time. But a lot of people are like, oh, I was talking about like $30, $40. But yeah. And of course, like we joked in chat, right? A lot of the time it's like, well, you can buy, CMYK, right? You can you can get your reds, your yellows, you know, your blues, black and white, and you can just start mixing your ass off. That's not really a good answer, because anybody that's questioning what a good way to get into getting paint, if they were good enough with color theory to want to mix everything from primary colors, they wouldn't have asked me. They would have already just started doing it. And so rather than try to teach people the color wheel and how you can create brown from, you know, red and green, we'd rather go in and show you how you can do it inexpensively. And so that's what I started with at the beginning. We literally got this set of 36. We got this set of 36 Masters Touch acrylic, right? At Hobby Lobby, 36 big tubes of paint, and it was a whopping $27.99 before the discount, right? So when they give you the 40% off coupons for Hobby Lobby, you go in there, and like I said, I think that was free. I think they just gave us the box. So 36 colors. The colors are good. It even has metallic gold and silver. So we're going to play with those tonight. We're basically just going to have some fun and see, but they've got gold metallic and silver metallic as well that come in that set. So it's not a bad set as far as color combos. Tons of browns, tons of good greens, yellows, reds, some purples and stuff already mixed up with it. Pinks. It's got all the colors of the rainbow. Again, the rest of the box that I haven't really touched has got the pinks and purples already worked up. Pretty much runs the gamut from like ice blues. The greens have got a good combo even to do like working up into drafts and things like that with a little bit brown. So I'm not mad at it. We'll see how it goes. So I might be reaching over there for some colors throughout the evening, but yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We'll do our standard painting, and as you can see, the biggest key, I've gone through in base just because I wanted to get a feel for, before we started this stream, what kind of medium addition I needed to do in order to get it thin enough to not clump up on the model. And it actually reacted very well just to water and not having to do much airbrush medium at all. But it's going to be a gloss sheen, because the paints that you buy for art are they don't really care. You can find some artist acrylics that are matte finish, but generally they assume that you're going to use a matte varnish, like a Liquitex or something matte varnish over the top of your canvas when you're done, if that's what you want. And so you usually get a satin sheen out of most acrylic paints. So just be aware that right out of the gates, you're going to have a different painting experience than you will with most of the paints that we buy specifically for miniature model painting, because those are blended to already have a matte finish. They also dry a lot quicker. So the paints that we're working with tonight stay workable on the model a little bit longer, which can be nice, or it can be a hassle depending on where you come from and what you're expecting when you go in. But either way, and neither one of those is a problem for us. It's just going to take a little bit more patience with dealing with adding highlights. We'll probably have to go in and matte varnish this down before we do our final highlights, so we can tone down what we're getting from our room light, because obviously all this shine on here is going to be a pain in the ass if I'm trying to do fine highlights. So, but we're going to work them up and show you what we can do. We'll be doing that over the course of the night. The main goal is just to kind of, again, eliminate some fear and that threshold of pain of trying to buy the right products in order to paint miniatures. We'll show you how to do it. And yeah, Chen, you're making a good point. The new critical mass is up, and we got a big one right now. At $180, we're auctioning off the GW Deathwatch Overkill box. So that's a complete box, sealed up, ready to go. That's got the kick-ass gene stealers. It's the only box right now that you can get the aberrants, the aberration models, or whatever they are from gene stealers. Lots of really cool tech in there for the new gene stealer cult army. So if you want to get a good head start on that, that's a fantastic box to get it going on with. And it comes with the really cool Deathwatch rings as well. So if you want to park that out, give it to your friends, let your dog play with them, whatever, you can do that too. So it's a great box set. Again, it's I think it's $165 retail value. So all we're doing is as soon as we get $180 in donations, that goes out to the door to some lucky winner. Last night, we gave away a Getting Started with Scutari GW box set, and LT, one of our viewers, won that one. So we've always got something up there in Critical Mass. It's just a way that as soon as we rack up some donations, we give back to the community some really cool product. The one that's coming after Deathwatch Overkill is even cooler. So we've got a lot of really neat stuff lined up for the end of October for sure. So every donation that you make also earns you Slowbucks, which are channel currency. Those Slowbucks are what you use to bid in the auctions, to enter the raffles, all that. So as you donate, you're earning yourself Slowbucks, and those Slowbucks are what you put to work in order to get really cool stuff from us. We give away painting supplies, Windsor Newton Series 7 brushes we've given away, 5 full sets of Winsor Newton Series 7 miniature brushes, I think. Studio 770 paint, and I just saw him post a pic. He got his today. Which, by the way, Kenny, if you're there, I'm repping. I'm repping. I'm repping. Always keep the tip clean.
Hello.
Got my Kenny shirt in the mail. So, yeah. There you go. Adam with the anvil is already looking all right with that paint. How thick is it out of 2? Saldoc, it is very thick. It's a full acrylic paste. I haven't even opened most of them. Let's find one that I have. Let's just dive right into it. You guys have any questions, make sure to enter my name in chat at Slowfuse Gaming so that Dings or Jen will catch it for you as well. This is what the paint is, right? So this is artist acrylic, right? I mean, literally, it's a paste. So you're going to need a medium. What?
That looks like something funny.
Are we all mesmerized yet? Am I just gonna do this all night? Hey guys, watch the screen. It's kind of. I don't know that that's sensual or really disgusting.
I almost made the stream NSFW.
I think that was really disgusting, actually. All right. So anyway, yeah, it's a paste. It's a paste for crying out loud. It's very pasty.
It's so pasty.
It's very pasty, like diarrhea. All right.
Yes, that's so hard.
What's that? Like a puppy happy to see you? Hey, look, lipstick.
That's totally what it looked. Because I just was looking down here and then I looked up and
look, he's happy to see you. Scraps is a boy dog.
Scraps is a boy dog.
Red Baron, do I remember the
God.
date of the Imperial Fist stuff? We just finished up the black stuff. Did we do that last night? I think we did it last night. So it would be this week, Red Baron. It would have been yesterday and the day before. So yeah, it would have been Wednesday and Thursday of this week. So just yesterday and Wednesday. Tuesday was when we were doing yellows. Wednesday, Thursday, we worked up the blacks and the power claw, things like that. So it was this week. So just look back at those logs, and you can see how I play stuff. That's sad. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear you sick. Have a good one. Take care and get better. Saldoc, you wouldn't dare put that on your models? Watch me. Just watch me. Watch this. I'll show you a little bit of water. Okay, so I based pretty much everything, and I even went so far as to try out some of the silver. I'm excited to see what the silver does. I mean, I know what it'll do, but with knocking it back with some gnome. I will say that in our conversation here, the only thing that I will tell you that you need to buy from our hobby is gnome foil. Gnome shade non-gloss. Buy the flat stuff when you can find it. Buy that. Spend all the money that you have left and save it on the shade off discount at Hobby Lobby and buy gnome foil. You will save a ton of time. So that is the one non-cheapo thing to do. I don't want to end up a wash out of this paint. Really, I will if you guys demand it. But I'm going to cheat you gnome as long as you get it left. Alright, so let's do some stuff here. The skin, we could work up. We might want to do that first. No, we want to do probably the reds. Yeah, let's work the reds up first because they're kind of in the deepest locations on most of the model. Although I say that, and there's a lot of flesh in there too. Huh. Well, but the flesh isn't next to red there. The flesh and red. Yeah, let's do the red, then we'll do some flesh. So I started this off with the acrylic crimson, right? So this is crimson. Crimson, right? So that's what we worked up first. So as you can see on the palette, that's what this is the crimson. I don't really have, this palette cam is a new thing for me. I don't usually show off my palette, so I hope you guys can tell. There's not a lot of light over here on this side of the desk, so you might not be able to tell exactly the colors, but it'll give you a good idea of the process of it. So basically, I'm just going on my palette here, and I'm just going to squeeze out a little bit of crimson. I'm going to add in a little bit of permanent red, which is their bright red, instead of like a cad red. This one is tonal red as a pigment. So, good thing is you don't have to shake them up. Got that going for us. This is, look, see, legit new paint. Like I haven't even taken it to the top. Alright, we're going to put out a little bit of this. Right. A little bit goes a long way, so you don't have to get super crazy with it. That's one thing to always remember. Looks like it may be time to invest in an LED arch on my desk. They don't make them, man. I just gotta build one. That's the problem. I don't want to buy it. Well, if anybody makes one, I guarantee it's good. Alright, let's, a little bit of this. A little bit of this. We are still in paste form here, obviously. We've just been telling them a little bit, but I've been surprised with this paint that I don't really. I went in with the brown at first over here, and this is our brown, and that I based everything in, and I literally just soaked it with airbrush medium because that's what I'm used to doing with a heavy bodied acrylic. And it's probably still a little, not really, not usable, but that was about 3 hours ago that I did that, and it just now got to the point where it's not usable. So that was pretty good. But the rest of it, I've been pleasantly surprised. I can just load a brush up with water and not really have to add much medium to it at all. So I don't have any idea what these colors are going to do. So we'll have some fun here. All right, let's start up here. I'm not painting any different than I normally would. I'm just going in and treating it like a normal paint. That's the best way to take a shot. I've never used these before, so we're learning together. I'll give it a big thumbs down, but so far I'm happy. Again, like I said, I'm just literally using water right now. No medium at all. Load the brush with water, don't go to the paper towel, just go straight over the paint and start pulling paint on the wall.
Definaka wants to know how you're going to highlight the metallics.
I'm going to go back with the same metallic. I'm going to knock it down with washes and glaze, and then I'll go back with the exact same metallic on the silver, and then on the gold, I will work up the gold probably with some brown to shade it, and then probably glaze it with a brown or a yellow, and then work it back up with the gold or the silver. I think. We'll see how the paints act, but that's my plan right now. I don't have any different ideas when I'm painting like this than I do if I was using my Play-Doh. I'm just attacking it like I would with anything. It's just that we might find ourselves changing gears somewhere along the line if the paint doesn't act like we want it. The pigment is fairly strong, but it doesn't. Right now it's still too aggressive, so they don't. Now that I got it on the wet palette, I probably don't have to go with a very little brush.
Valkyrie has a request for a topic on a future stream.
Sure.
Could you maybe talk about how you price work for commission?
How do I price work for commission? That's always a tough one for me to discuss, only because I can tell you how I did way back when I was first starting it. When I was first starting, I get people ask me this once or twice a week, like how, as I go into an area, would it be best to start to get people to recognize me as a commission artist, like sales, work going. I mean, you can already see our blue here is a pretty good highlight, a first layer highlight on that. What I will say is you gotta hum it, right? You gotta treat it like a real deal. It's not a hobby if you decide you want to start commissioning. And so to price your work, we talk about it all the time, price it at the value that you value your time, right? Don't try to price things with the mindset of being competitive right out of the gates necessarily, because there's value. And that's the biggest mistake most people make, in my opinion. In this industry, people will come in and they'll say, well, you know, that guy over there charges $10 a model, I'll charge $5, so with that job. As soon as you do something like that, then you're now only worth $5 a month, right? And I'm just using those numbers as crazy numbers. But you know, for me now, it's tough because people come to me to have models painted by me, and so I don't have that same understanding of the industry all the time. Does that make sense? You got to know what your local business is like. If you're trying to do a local gaming store, I would always recommend going to your friendly local gaming store and letting those guys know that you're a commission artist. See if you can put flyers and cards out. See if you can put an army in their face and do all that marketing. And then once the clients come to you, try not to back down from your value. That's really the biggest thing. And that value is going to be dictated by your neck of the woods. What is it valued at? What is the economy like where you live? What are people willing to pay for the economy? Are they willing to pay $100 for a painted character, or are they going to top out at $50 for a painted character? And you're just going to have a come to Jesus with yourself and say, is that worth my time?
Please stop for a second. There's still something going on with your sound. So people are having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if it's the music too loud. Or should I seem louder than you?
Oh, yeah.
You go to the back and the sound.
Move down. How about that? Am I just talking too low?
No.
I mean, our mixing volume sounds right. Everything looks right. Everything's right on the mixer. Nothing's changed.
Is it better? Can you hear me any better?
Yeah, my gain isn't changed. I mean, I'll turn myself up a bit, but usually I'm topping everybody out and it's crackling, so I apologize.
Voice just got nice and loud. Much better? Okay.
I turned it
Better.
up a bit.
Okay. They're saying better.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Like I said, the key is just to understand your value. Don't undervalue anything you do, and that is kind of life suggestions right there, right? That's not just for painting, but in everything you do. Also, I mean, you got to know and be smart enough business-wise to not be cocky about it, because if you go in and you're like, well, my time's worth $100 an hour, well, guaranteed nobody's going to buy from you, right? So you got to be smart enough to get the business, but confident enough to not have to ditch your pricing down to a point that you can't recover from later on. That's not to say that if you're going to set your pricing low for a particular client, like say the local gaming store owner himself for an army for the the game store, and you want to charge him a little bit less. But I'm never shy from telling people, hey, listen, I'm giving you a marketing deal. If you go tell people what you paid me for this army, I will deny it vehemently, right? Mm-hmm. This will hurt my business if people find out that I painted this army for you for this price, because they will come expecting the same thing. So if I hear it, I'm going to say that you're a liar, right? Just know going in. And I don't have a problem telling people that at all, because if you're going to give them a deal, they have to work out their end of the deal, and their end of the deal is keeping their mouth shut so that you can, be in business and competitive after you're done doing your army. Obviously, they're helping you by marketing stuff. I'm liking this paint as I'm sitting here yapping. I'm not mad at it.
It's so shiny.
It is. It's very shiny, but I'm not mad at how it's going on. You guys know how I paint. I go in and I rough in and block in my colors, and then we go back in and glaze to blend in all of the soft edges. So you'll see a little bit of a hard edge on all of my transitions as we're painting it in. But right now, not mad at this at all. It's going on pretty decent. So I don't know, is that the kind of answer you're looking for? Because I can't tell you what to charge for your models, right? Because I don't know where you live. I don't know what your market will bear. I don't know how good of a painter you are compared to the other people in your market. There's a lot of competitive stuff you have to think about, just like anything, right? You can't just say, well, models cost this most of the time. Well, okay, but do you paint like the guy that charges that, or do you paint a lot better than the guy that charges that? Because if you paint better than the guy that charges the number you're telling me, then maybe you should charge more. I'm going to get a little bit more paint down here.
Valkyrie said that's what I was looking for. Just wanted to have some wise advice.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Is that it's going to take you being cognizant of your marketplace and your own abilities, and then growing from there. And I always help people when they ask me, shoot me a Facebook and say, hey, I've been having a problem with this. I've got a competitor that only charges, X. And usually what I hear is that there's somebody in your local area that doesn't do what you would consider to be the best work, and yet, they're charging, people to paint for them, and they're undercutting you by half or something, and all I can really say in those situations is that just wait it out. That person won't last, because it only takes one person showing up at the game store with a paint job that you did and put your heart and soul into, to show them that, oh, well, this guy, who's doing a hack job, doesn't matter how much he's charging, right? I want models that are painted really well. So patience and honesty with yourself. Being honest with the person in the mirror when you're trying to commission paint, I think, is the biggest thing. Because you'll get to points where you're very, very unhappy with the fact that, you've decided to paint models for money, because it's a tough one. You'll find there's times where nobody thinks what you do is valuable, and that's a hard one to deal with. And then you'll find that if you keep at it, that everybody will find your work valuable, and they'll be, you'll have people telling you that, hey, I'm saving up to get an army from you. Can I pay you in installments? Can I do stuff like that? And then you just have to alter your business plan to work with those kind of questions.
And having a cool name like Slowfuse helps too. As JP Gray said, would much rather get it from someone named Slowfuse Gaming rather than Ho Hum Models.
Glad that, because that was the other name I was about to take, was Ho Hum Models, man.
You made the right choice.
I made the right choice. Yeah, I don't know. In our world, right, there's a lot of people that think a lot about the name of what they're doing, and you can tell, it's all sorts of funny stuff that you'll see. And a name does go a long way. I would say that if you're thinking about doing it, make sure that it's a name that's, easy to understand and recognize and attribute back to you, so it doesn't sound exactly like somebody else's. Everybody can be, Frontline Painting or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another conversation entirely.
Hey, Nut Guzzler.
Hey, Nut.
He's calling you figurine painter today.
Figurine painter. We're gonna go in and just dump. I'm not, like I said, man. I'm literally painting the way I would no matter what. I'm just dropping in highlights. Treating it like any kind of paint. It is a little thicker. It moves funny on the model a little bit. I'm trying to be careful with my brush to not let a lot of the paint build up, because what will happen with these pasty acrylics like this is that they will get on the brush and they'll kind of get chunky on the brush after time, like if you let them dry, and that chunky stuff will come off. It's like painting with white, just doing it all the time. It's kind of the thing. A little bit of pigment brown on there. Put that back in.
They're coming up with his name.
For businesses?
Yeah. Leoria's Basement Workshop Painting and Commission Service.
Yeah.
Yag said BRB reserving. I don't know what the DT is. Yag throws paint around.com, org, net, etc.
See, I would think that'd be great, right? Paint Slingers Anonymous would be a great group of freaking painters.
Baldock has the pink palette painting service. Naked Puzzle Basement Rage Quit Painting.
Jay Heist, welcome. Thank you for the follow.
Sketchy Shogot. Sketchy Pete's Vano Figurines. Probably avoid this guy.
Dude, I would totally take that name. Now we're talking.
Disappointed Dad Miniatures.
That would be awesome. Disappointed Dad. Why is your name Disappointed Dad? Because my dad hates me. I paint little men for a living. That's so great, though. Now you guys are on it, right? I've always thought, there is a lot in the name, and it's like, I don't know. I've had a lot of businesses, well, not a lot, but all my businesses have been fairly successful, and the names were never really. I mean, I like the names that I gave my businesses. My first business was called Imago, and that was after sitting at lunch with a guy that did programming for me. I built recording studios, and a guy that did the programming for our automation systems for the recording studios, for like lighting automation and things like that, said, that gives you a great name, Imago. I was like, what the hell is that? He gave me this long story about how when a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, its imago was really the butterfly its whole life, not being a caterpillar. So I guess the imago is the thing you're destined to be, kind of, rather than what you are. I don't know why we thought that was cool, but we did it, and we stuck with it. And the only thing I ever got feedback on the name was, what the hell does that mean? That's all everybody knew. Yeah. It wasn't a negative, but it just wasn't anything.
Yeah, people didn't know it.
I think there's a, like, Slow Fuse Gaming is not a great name for what I do because it doesn't have anything. Yeah. It's just that you guys know me. And the only reason it's Slow Fuse Gaming is because that's what it's been on Twitch since I was doing, video games. And so I kind of have to run with it. Right? I don't have the opportunity to change anything. I don't mind it, though. Definitely not mad at it.
That's what happened if you went to college and what you studied.
I did go to college. I went to college for acoustic engineering. It was actually a Bachelor of Science and physics degree in wave mechanics, or wave physics. But at the University of Texas and the auxiliaries down there, they had the ability to take that into an audio and a music business deal, because they had a big, they've always been a big music town down there. So they had a business music section, and it crossed over between, the liberal arts. But I left college early to start a business with, actually, with a college professor of acoustic engineering. He was building recording studios, and he needed help. And so I just went off with him and did that. I was like, screw it. If that's what I want to do and you got an opening, why am I going to school? Maybe not the best choice I ever made, but I had a lot of fun. Wound up opening my own business, traveled the world, did a lot of stuff with a lot of cool people. Can't complain. Can't complain. Yeah, this red is not too shabby. Now it's going down. Right? We're getting some pretty good first highlights. I wish it wasn't as shiny, but that's just what acrylic paint is going to do. Like I said, you don't have a choice in that. You can't fight it. I guess we could add matte varnish to every mix we do, but that's just not worth it. Just not worth it. My opinion.
He plays guitar. Well, allegedly. I've not heard this.
I have a lot of guitars.
There are a lot of guitars around. Do you play any other instruments?
Kind of like with everything, I'm kind of a hack at all of them. I'm not classically trained in any instrument. I was self-taught, or taught by the people in the bands that I played in to do whatever it was I needed to do that night.
He was the lead singer in the band.
Yeah, I sang. I sang, and then I played guitar. When singing wasn't cool anymore.
Singing wasn't cool?
Well, it's not that singing wasn't cool. It's that I didn't want to sing anymore.
Oh. Wasn't cool to you.
Yeah, it wasn't cool to me. And I got over that. I wanted to play guitar. Fade into the background, have a lot more fun at shows, that kind of stuff.
And I went to Arizona State, majored in history, which is not really useful for anything except teaching.
Which is not really useful for you. Everything.
And I really barely taught history. I taught English.
Yeah, right? I was like, really? I missed that.
And I play no instruments. I tried to play the piano. I took piano lessons, and I tried to play the clarinet, and I was not. Well, I wasn't bad at piano, but I didn't like to sing. I was horrible at clarinet.
With most kids, I think that's the thing, right? Is that the whole like having to practice on a schedule?
Mm-hmm.
You're either made for that or you're not made for that as a kid. It's pretty simple. Pretty simple math right there. Really not mad at this paint. It doesn't settle as well as our miniature paint does, meaning that you've got to kind of work it so that it doesn't build up pigment in any area. It's probably going to have a little bit of texture where I stipple it, so I may not like that a whole lot. Nathaniel Max, welcome. I may not like that much, but as it is right now, I'm not 100% angry at it.
It's cruel to the animal. I was the kid who I only played in 5th and 6th grade, and I was the kid who in the band concerts I was the one not hitting the high notes, squeaking on those notes. Yep, that was me. There's always one in those elementary school bands. Right here.
You were the one ruining it for
This
everyone?
girl.
I hated school band and all that crap.
I was in choir. I can sing with other people. I don't like to sing by myself. Actually, that's not true. I love to sing by myself.
I'm saying
I
everybody
just
else
will
does.
not
Everybody else
subject
doesn't like for her.
anyone
to sing
else
by
to
herself.
it.
She loves singing. I hear her in the shower all the time, crooning away.
I don't sing in the shower.
Oh, you do.
I sing.
I know you do. Don't lie to these people.
I sing in my car though.
I have
Like,
become
I'm
very proficient
nominated for
at
a
shoving
Grammy.
my head deeper under the pillows in the morning when she's in bed in the shower.
You sound asleep.
I might be lying.
You're totally
I
lying.
might be lying, but I won't. I will never admit it. It's all true, I swear.
Gabriel Tosh Spector is
Gabe.
asking what paints you're using. Just tuned in.
We're using cheapo paints, man. These literally paste acrylics from Hobby Lobby. A 36 color set was $27.99 before the 40% discount. So we're gonna call them $19. That'd be about right. I think it was like 18 or $19, something like that, for the full set of 36. No joke. We ain't lying to you here. And we are putting them to the test. We are showing you with the new palette cam what I'm doing, so you guys can see that I'm not using any tricks. I haven't used any medium yet. I'm literally just doing this with water and acrylic paint, which could be a complete and utter fucking catastrophe by the end of the day, but we're going for it. We know no fear here. It's Lofi's baby. Right.
Valkyrie, what kind of farm? Valkyrie went to Virginia Tech, got 2 degrees, and runs the family farm.
Nice. Were the degrees in farming?
I know, that's what I was just about to ask too. Were the degrees anything that would help with
Yeah,
farming?
as long as the degrees weren't in something that was trying to get you away from the farm,
Yeah.
and now you're stuck running the family farm. That's not it. That's a totally different
Yeah.
story.
Then it's oh.
Like I said, I'm literally going into the water and then coming back from the water right into the paint. Right, so it's more like glazing the entire model, I guess.
A math PhD.
Math?
JP Gray. Math.
They're already doing that? Man, that show really
Math.
show got serious.
You played the triangle. That I actually wanted to play the triangle.
That was your.
That was like before you
that was
actually
your,
had your own instrument and you're just in music class. It was all just music and you sang and played the like this. What do they call those little sticks that you clack together? And
they're called the sticks.
the sticks. You played the stick, and they gave you a cymbal with like a little mallet or whatever you bang a cymbal with.
You know, I played those things called like whatever you call those sticks.
And I always
It's called
wanted the
sticks.
triangle, and
Wow, this stuff is getting
never
all
got
gritty.
to it.
I don't know if you guys can see that, but that's horrible. That's like plastic.
Chunky.
Oh, that's worse than chunky. Look at
Ew.
that. That's not good. Okay, so we need more of that.
Working for banks was soul sucking. Yeah. Raised horses and bison. Wow. Agriculture technology. Okay, so yeah, those
Okay,
sound farming
yeah, there you
related.
go.
Yeah.
That was my question, was whether or not you had gone for like, aerospace engineer, hoping to get away from the farm, and then just kind of like, bit it halfway through college or something, and we're like, nope, can't do it. Mix up some new paint here. Even though I'm using a wet palette, it's going away pretty quick.
Studio 77 got a degree in music theory, but now tutors calculus and paints plaster crack.
Harder and harder these days to find people that utilize their degrees. A degree has just been one of those things that you go do because that's what you're supposed to go do.
But then you have Faradis saying making $65K a year with no degree.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have a degree. Like I said, I left.
Yeah.
I left and started a successful business. Sold my business in 1997, my first business. And moved on and worked for other people for a while, based on that same business. And started more businesses and ran those until just here recently. I think it's not necessarily about your degree, it's more about your gumption and your entrepreneurial spirit. Mm-hmm. Right? So they're going on, they're a little thick the way they work. You're going to experience with any kind of pasty acrylic, you're going to have to watch that thinness, right? Because you could wind up getting brushstroke in it. The nice thing is that it does allow you to work with it a little bit longer, so you can always go back and water it down. But we're not seeing a whole lot of problem here. And you can see through the glare on the knee and the thigh there that we've got it to a pretty good consistency. It's working pretty well for us. And this is, again, just with water, right? So our $18 36 color paint is actually holding up pretty well so far. Knock wood. I'm happy. Get this part of the axe.
Naked Puzzle Basement got a BS in criminal justice, then later a Juris Doctor, and hate both. #winning. Did you practice law? Because I think that would be interesting to hear if your clients know that your name is Naked Puzzle Basement.
Uh-oh, look out. Jen,
Uncle Touchy's Naked Puzzle Basement.
Jen's trying to find out how to blackmail Uncle Touchy. Like, I wonder how much your clients
I love that name. It's that.
How much would your clients be willing to want to... how much would you pay to make sure your clients...
Your secret's safe here. We're in the circle of trust right now.
The circle of trust. She's a teacher. She lies.
What?
Teachers don't have any kind of contract that says they have to do that.
What?
If the cops come, she has to talk. She's not like an attorney or a doctor. There's no client privilege. She'll talk. She'll rat you out.
She does practice law.
She'll rat you out.
He said I plead the fifth. College is not always the answer to life. That is correct.
Nope.
We're seeing that more and more now. I mean, in education, we're now focusing not just on trying to get kids ready for college and career. So, whatever path is going to fit them best. They just get stitches.
Snitches get stitches. Is he threatening you?
Killing Time has a question. How would you intentionally create the effective brush stroke?
How would you intentionally create the effect of brush strokes? You mean like building up of paint? Or obviously you could just patch your paint on very rough, and that'll give you brush strokes no matter what you're using, no matter how thin it is. If you want the effect of like built up paint, then you would have to maybe use you could use a very thick, like glazing medium for paints like what we're using here, that are made for canvas art. You could use one of those glazing mediums in your miniature acrylics. That'll thicken the shit out of it. That'll give you brush strokes. I think with most of our paints, in order to recreate brush strokes, you just go straight from the freaking bottle of paint to the model, and you'll get brush strokes.
He said I was trying to make the looted rhino look like it was painted over crudely by the orcs.
Oh. Yeah. I think just use a bigger brush than you really want. You can get some really cool effects like that just by using that weathering effect. Go back in and do like hairspray weathering or the AK mediums that I showed you, like the weathering mediums. Those do wonders for that. They work great. Because you can go back after you've done you can paint it all like say red, like you did, and then go back and rub some of the red off and have the feet beneath it show. It's an effect that I learned way back in the day by doing whitewash on like German or American tanks in the winter. Right, you're trying to give them a winter whitewash, and the whitewash was always done by the crews, just kind of slapped haphazardly on in most cases. And so to get that effect, which is what they're looking for, you just do that hairspray effect. Spray the model with hairspray first, let the hairspray set up, and then go back after it with the white, and then just get a wet Q-tip and rub the white off in areas so that it looked all haphazard.
The palette cam was going to be Bella cam, I think.
Yeah.
Decided the palette cam was more important. And mine is permanently attached now, so...
Yeah, Jen used to take her cam to show you Bella, but we moved the thing that Jen's cam set on as we're having to continually restructure the room here to fit all of our growing pile of things. Alright, I'm liking it. Didn't think I'd say that. Thought I was going to fight this all night long. Knock wood. We haven't gotten to extreme highlights yet, but so far so good. And again, there's no cheating going on here. This is literally just all water. All on water. That's really sick. Again, I can't tell if it was because I had thinner in the brush. I'll load the brush with some pure water and see if it can get a little bit. Are there a lot of kids in your line of business disappointing their parents? You're asking me?
Yeah, I don't know. Got a chaos warrior from Hero Effect.
This is one of the Gore Chosen. I don't remember exactly what this guy is. Each of the Gore Chosen is also an Age of Sigmar model. Like one of them is a slaughter priest, Khorne slaughter priest. One of them is a Khorne something or other. This one's another Khorne something or other. But yeah, he is basically a chaos berserker type deal for the game Gore Chosen. We are, during the month of October, Kenny and I are painting up the Gore Chosen box set, which comes with 4 dudes. And we're both painting them up. Kenny is going to be giving his away coming up at the end of the month as his top donor giveaway on one of his Tuesday shows. And then as soon as he gets done with that, we'll be putting ours up in our Critical Mass. We do our giveaways here a little differently. It's called Critical Mass, as you can see above my head. What we do is we set a target for donations, and once the donation target is met, we auction off using our channel currency whatever it is. And so I think that's what we're going to do for Gore Chosen as well. So you'll get the whole box set, including the game, all the rules, tiles, game tiles, all the stuff, right, that you can possibly stand. And all you gotta do is be around for the raffle, for the auction, depending on how we do it. Sometimes we'll raffle stuff off and you'll use your slow bucks to buy raffle tickets. Sometimes we'll auction it off and you use your slow bucks to place bids. That's how we did last night. We got rid of the getting started playing, or the Skitari getting started set. We did that as an auction. LT won that auction. So and you get slow bucks just by hanging out with us and partaking in some of the cool little contests and fun things that we do. Also through donations and subbing. When you sub to the channel or donate to the channel, you get yourself some slow bucks. You can always check your slow buck amount by typing !slow bucks. Nobody builds up a whole lot around it.
It was like Shogat's Sketchy Pete's Vano figurine.
I love that. I need to change our business card. Sketchy Fuses. Van of figurines. I'm all over it. You mind if I steal that from you, Shogat?
Hey kid, want to buy some Necrons in front of a suspicious looking van?
I've already totally got the graphic figured out in my head. It'll be like my buddies. My buddy had a van club, a van collectors club in California, and they were called the Kidnappers. Kidnappers Van Club. And their back of their vests had a big heart with a jacked up van, and it was peeling out, the smoke coming out, and the back door was open, and there was a little girl's hand holding a teddy bear coming out of the back of it. They're called the Kidnappers. So stupid. So hilarious.
Hi to Pixie, how is she feeling today?
Actually, I don't know why I just put more red on the palette, but I think that's all the red. Gotta go brighter now. Alright, let's see how that goes. Let's see how we can do with bringing it up a notch now. Let's see if we, well, actually, I could probably do this a little bit die. Crap. Back with just a brush with water and kind of break up that line. Alright, so paints are holding out pretty good so far. You can see some, I'm running it really thin because this is our first highlight layer, so you can see where I thin out during some of my brush strokes there. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Again, it's just the fact that it's all freaking shiny is the biggest issue. Let's see if this red that we've got bright enough on its own to do anything, or if I'm going to need to add some orange or yellow to it. This is just the raw red. I think the next release for Chaos will be Scary Clown Saldock. But I doubt it. CW is nothing if not true.
Doctor said that paint has sort of fresh blood.
Yeah, it
works for that model.
That's exactly why I went with this kind of really dark crimson undertone. It was just one of the colors right out of the box. So I don't know that red does give us the next highlight, but we would have to work up quite far from that. I don't know that I'm mad at that though. We might just leave it like that. Let's do that. Let's work it up with just this bare red and see how bright it actually gets by the time we're done. And then we may just be able to line highlight this without highlighting it again. I don't know. We're playing. We don't have any idea what these colors dry like or anything. I've never used them, so we're all learning here. That red isn't really much of a transition from the blend that we did. Just kind of a bummer.
Saldak would like to know how you're going to knock the shine back down with what kind of varnish?
I just use Vallejo at this stage. I don't like using my Tester's dull coat. Number one, it just is expensive and, you know, comes in small cans. So I don't use it until the finer protection layers, but we could get away with the Vallejo in the interim. I just use the game color matte varnish. Not satin. Not gloss. Third try out of 3. Not bad. Just a game varnish. Matte varnish. You can brush it on or spray it on through the airbrush. Either way. I'll just dump it onto the airbrush once we get to a point that I'm ready to do some highlights. Like some line highlights and such. Right now I'm not really minding it because the gloss right now lets us cheat a little bit. Right? And gives us kind of the paint by numbers of where we want to have our brighter colors go. But once we get into a narrower band of highlight color here, we're not going to want that gloss much.
Jograth, you need to set her up with a heating pad.
What's your shoulder?
Still doesn't feel good. And some chocolate.
Chocolate.
And maybe some vodka.
Chocolate is a lie. It's a placebo.
No, it's not. No. Chocolate cures everything.
Start acting weird.
Do you have to do multiple coats? Multiple coats, I imagine, of the varnish?
Of the varnish? No.
Yeah, because it's a follow-up.
Nah. Not all at once. I might go back and do it multiple individual times, but I think we'll probably get rid of it. We can probably knock this shine down in one coat with the Vallejo. I wouldn't see why not. But I haven't used it over this stuff, so we might be surprised and find out that, no, you're gonna get that fixed. And you can start to see there, you can start to see how we're building up our sheen on that, just that side plate, and it's starting to work for us the way a normal paint would. It's still heavy pigment, right? I mean, you're getting a lot more pigment in these paints, so you know you have to deal with that, and there's a fine line you're going to tread as you are thinning them. Like I said, I'm on a wet palette here, and I'm going straight from the water, which is right here. I'm cleaning the brush up against the side of the water, and then basically taking that fully loaded brush right into my paint, and then I'm just kind of squigging my paint out as I go. Squigging, that's a technical term, by the way.
I'm trying to learn here.
Man, I'm using technical terms. You guys got to get with the program. We ain't teaching a class for dummies.
DVD!
This ain't no class for dummies. You guys got to be able to learn the big word, like squigging. Squigging our damn paint. Squig that shit. Stippling nipples. Oh, bitch. Haven't used Vallejo varnish, and all the others are too dull. Yeah, the Vallejo varnish is something that'll knock it down to more of a satin sheen, which is still very usable without having to put much focus on it. Is the reason why I really like it. But get the game color, the game varnish ones. Don't use the air ones. I've had lots of problems with the air matte varnish giving me a gloss. No matter how much I shake it and mix it and all that crap. The game one is pretty sturdy. Consistent. It seems to give me what I want every time I make it. I love our epic music.
It's the best of epic music.
Yeah, this is a therapist suggestion back in the day.
I want to be standing in like fog and like a slowing down.
What is this turning into there? Oh, you're ridiculous.
Oh, pretty far, I think. Picturing it off. Yori's out of here. Has a horror movie he wants to finish before going to bed. What? That sounds risky.
Offended. Suitably offended. Horror movie.
Horror
Rates
movie
higher.
before bedtime? That sounds like nightmares. Just, you're just asking for it.
We can start to see the highlights starting to drop in. I paint a very, well, I won't say very, but I paint a more realistic style than some, and so for me, being able to get these gradients is a huge deal with a paint. Probably didn't do a highlight area, but a little bit.
Yori said nothing makes you play better than watching people rip apart.
What? I have a problem with this. That sounds very odd. I think that makes me afraid of you. Come back with just the brush with some water on it. See if I can get this. Make it even out a little bit. Get a little clumpy on there. Top of the sky plate, dude. Not going to be a whole lot of this that needs bright red to get back a little bit. Basically, just like the top. This helmet. We would like for this to be the last of the red we have to do before any kind of line highlights. And most of it's sunken armor panels, so we won't even do a lot of that. But we won't really know. If this is your first time watching me paint, you'll notice that I don't do a lot of highlighting before moving on to the next color. I'll work this last stage highlight up for the reds, and then we'll move on to whatever our next color is. In this case, probably try out our gold. So I'm anxious to see how this gold metallic works. But until we have the colors that sit next to the red, and we see how they start building up, then it's very difficult for me to understand how far to bring up the reds themselves. Make sense?
Have a good weekend, Yori.
Yori, take it easy, man. Have we ever asked you how married life is treating you? After a couple weeks now? Has she wanted to kill you yet? How long were you guys dating beforehand, I guess is what I should ask. That usually plays the biggest part. Oh no, this is just like regular life for us, because we were together already for like 80 years. Hasn't changed at all. Chest area again.
I think Apophis is here too. Apophis, how's married life treating you? Oh, he's newlywed.
Yeah, right?
And then we had Flickster get married.
Yeah, Flickster
this
getting married this weekend.
Just by now.
No, and he's going on a honeymoon straight after,
Yeah.
so he'll be gone for a while. Marrying off all our viewers, man. Some of their wives actually hang out with us too, though,
Yeah.
so that's painting up some Skaven for Yori's wife. Oh, right behind my head. Big fat egg getting in there. I'm so sorry. I'm having to rotate the model in funny directions to get past this freaking glare.
So shiny.
I think that's our biggest problem, right? It's got to be just as hard for you guys to watch with all this glare as it is for me to find where to put the paint. Staring at it and like, I don't know if I got that area or not. It's already so freaking shiny. But
She's only wanted to kill you twice so far, so all is good. All right, well, good.
Nice. Yeah, but we can see, like, we're getting good buildup on the reds. Look at that knee and thigh plate, right? And you can look at the chest, right, and the head. Get past the fact that it's so glossy, right? That's just the makeup of this paint, and you can see, like, see this knee plate down here looking really good. I'm getting the kind of, well, I can't even get rid of the shine without just putting it all in shadow. Okay. It's working really well. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with the red so far. We'll have to use something with some yellows and some whites here pretty soon and see what we get out of that. That'll be one of the big tests. Although generally these paints tube paints are better for the colors we hate in miniature painting, for certain. All right, even though this is going to get some OSL glare on it from the witch fire that we're going to paint on this axe, or mace, or whatever the hell this thing is. Big block these swinging around. We're going to paint this fire probably a green, like a witch fire. But I'm going to go ahead and highlight it all up anyway. The same way I would as if there were no fire here.
Fair with this. Sent a link that said in regards to the model, and it's just a montage of people clapping, like from movie clips and TV show clips.
And just catch these outside edges. Leave as much of that dark red as we can on some of this. Kind of tough though. Very, very thin areas. Side. As of right now, I would be telling you guys that if you're looking for some fun, you should at least go get yourself a 70. If you have a blast, give it a try. The freedom of painting with artists' acrylics is really nice because it puts you back into that kind of traditional art mode of wanting to blend up more colors, and you're working from a standard color palette as opposed to this crazy game color. Like, you don't find goblin green jumping right out at you, so you got to figure out ways to get goblin green if that's what you want. And I enjoy that challenge, especially when the paint actually works on the model. So far so good. Yeah, but you guys can't see anything I'm doing because of that glare.
I think that'll make it even cooler though when it's done in varnish too. You can see that it looks as good as the rest of them.
Yeah, that was kind of the thinking, is that this one's going to be kind of amazing if we can make it look the way I have it in my head, right? We're not going for any crazy color scheme, but if we can just get it to look good and not have a ton of extra paint weight on it, and by paint weight, obviously I mean just the texturing of a thick-bodied paint like this, right? Then I think I for one will be stoked, because I'm always a fan of giving people a way to kind of cheat the hobby and be able to get quicker or less stringent paths of entry for folks. And if this allows me to tell people, you know what, here's a thing that I did on stream, you can go watch it if you think you can deal with the problems. Because right now, the only two problems that I see are getting used to paint consistency and this gloss varnish that I'm dealing with, right? I think other than that, this is a very doable deal for most people. But I tell you what, if you were just going to try to get into miniature painting, or you're in your early stages and you wanted to give this a go, if you can get good at this, you'll be king of the block very quickly. Yeah, see, that's starting to fade really nice. You guys can see that. I mean, it's really starting to blend really well as I'm getting more used to my consistency and my brush strokes with it, so that I'm not pulling pigment to the wrong areas. It seems like as it's thinning down, it's a little rough to get pigment moving the way I'm used to with Vallejo. Right? With Vallejo, I can kind of pull away from where I want the brightest colors to be, just the way I'm used to using it. With this, I kind of need to be pulling towards where I want the brightest color, because it seems like it wants to pull all the pigment along with the brush tip. And I've just gotten used to making paint work the other way around with Vallejo. We're getting pretty good fades on that hammerhead or whatever it is there. I'm liking it. What's the question? Ever think of doing a recap voiceover of the stream with video editing? Put it on YouTube like Kenny does? Many times, man, many times. But Kenny must love to, he must be a fucking masochist, because with all the time that I spend painting and building models and doing all this stuff, and then going through and finding time to video edit, I'm just, yeah. I've been uploading our Friday sessions, which is why we don't use copyrighted music anymore, right? So that hopefully YouTube doesn't find ways to mute us. That way I just upload these Friday streams. But I would love to. It would need, at this point in time, it would need somebody that wanted to edit the videos for me.
So it's got to be one flew in the lottery, and I can quit my job.
Yeah, she'd be great.
I don't want to do it.
She'd be great for doing it, but unfortunately, we're not at a point where that's just a thing yet.
Yeah. Kenny said it's so much work.
Yeah, I don't think Kenny sleeps.
But it's
I know Kenny doesn't sleep because Kenny. Well, I know Kenny sleeps because he's asleep whenever I'm up in the morning doing my stroll through Facebook. He's doing his stroll through Facebook when I'm going to sleep at night. So that's just kind of the way that works. All right. So that. Oh, sorry, I had that off. That got us a pretty good fade there as well. I'm digging the red. I can't deny that right now. I have really nothing bad I can say about this. I can't say that it's more work or less work than the other paints. The only thing is the hurdle of the shine, right? We're dealing with this glare that's a freaking peculiar deal just because we're not used to it. But it's just getting used to the way the paint pulls. And other than that, I'm digging it. I don't have a problem with that at all. Let's do some skin tones. Skin might change my mind because skin's going to require some paint mixing. There is a flesh tone here. It comes with a flesh. It's just called flesh. I'm sure we can do some of that. I painted the base flesh with burnt umber. So this is what we based the flesh with, burnt umber, and somehow we got to get to this. So we're going to start mixing these two, burnt umber and flesh tone. I'm not going to matte varnish yet. Where was burnt umber? I think it was right here.
Which one's the flesh? Which one's the flesh?
This.
Does not look like flesh.
Well, it looks like very, I don't know.
Peach.
It kind of looks healthy. It kind of looks
orange.
healthy. You know what? I did adjust the lighting in here, though, and you guys are getting a very good color representation of what we're seeing now. I had
it looks that orange.
My light. Yeah, it is a little bit more in the orange range.
It's
but
a little
it'll work. We're going to start with trying to do 50-50 between these and see how that works. This may be, in tube paints, your light paints pigmentation is going to raise your tonal and hue at dramatic rates, so you might wind up being more like 75-25 dark to light as you do. If you haven't blended a lot of paint like this, you'll learn quickly. Right? And again, some of that just depends on the brand of paint. You know, brand new. Keep forgetting, brand new. Top's not ever been off.
Mm-hmm.
What else we got going on? Tell me something good. What's good? What do you know that's good out there in the land of Twitch the internets.
What's everyone doing this weekend? Any fun? We don't have any plans.
Oh.
We need to go to a movie.
Yep, we gotta do some movie catching up. We also need to take some of this. That's kind of consistency on that flesh tone.
Ooh.
It's not smooth paste like it's supposed to be. It's that curdled paint consistency.
Aww.
What's that?
DVD said my kid turned 3 yesterday, so that was fun. Is that why you went to Chuck E. Cheese?
South Doc, gotta make it look peachy. That's what we're going for, baby.
Fun dinner.
Peachy chaos.
Alabama versus Texas A&M. Dig 'em?
Dig 'em.
I don't know if that's the right answer, Rosario.
Dig 'em.
My friend's son plays for A&M.
He does, and he's like one
He
of the
is
best A&M
amazing.
players, actually. One of the best A&M players is. This is a weird color.
Amazing.
I'm not mad at it, but it's a weird color. I kind of want some red. That feels kind of good. We're gonna go with it anyway. We don't have any idea what our skin tone is gonna look like in this. Color. Shoot. What can it hurt? That ruin. What the? That's not.
JP Gray says prepping my first set of Infinity miniatures, and I'll spend the weekend high in a chair.
High in a
I
chair?
don't know what that means. Working and painting, Chin. Red Baron 40k game Saturday, Infinity Sunday. Doing the weekend. Building a new Iron Jaws army that I need to prime together.
Like to be able to game. We will go game around them. We'll do some brain together and we'll game around. For that?
Air show at the beach by your house.
Too bad.
Flying over. Oh wow. Gabriel, lots of Necrons for me. We all get a squad done. Lazaro says roll tide.
Roll tide.
Oh, pain meds. Oh, what did you do? What's with everyone being injured and in pain?
Who was it that said that?
JP.
Oh, he got hip replacement surgery.
Oh, wow.
Yep, he got hip replacement surgery last weekend, so we've been dealing with that this week.
Wow.
He says he's got
What's the recovery on
did you
that?
say
Yeah.
another month and you're having the other one done, JP?
Oh.
JP is a serviceman, and I guess he said his last deployment didn't go so well for him, so he's having to have some work done.
Yeah, I think earlier he said Marine. We can build him better, stronger. 5 months recovery. Wow. Or 5 months you're having the next one. Probably the next one.
Hopefully.
Yeah, 5 months is way too long for recovery, right? I don't know.
The small Infinity tournament tomorrow should be a good time. Nice, Neo. I'd like to play some Infinity. Our local store shut down right as I was getting my army painted and was ready to go on my Monday nights and play Infinity. And that just kind of went away. Rip.
The next one, okay.
It's like, rip.
Ooh.
That sucks. That sucks.
Recovery's 3 months? So 3 months and you get 2 months just to kind of be free, and then you have to do the whole thing again. Wow.
Well, it's one of those things, though, that his couple of months of freedom after the first one is fixed, if the other one needs fixing too, they probably aren't going to be as comfortable as they'd otherwise be. So, yeah, that's one of those things, right? I tore my hip up playing hockey. It was one of the worst things ever. It's not something you think about, right? You just don't think about like how important your hip is until it starts giving you a problem. It's like shattering a collarbone. You never really realize what good your collarbone is for until it breaks. Then you're like, I kind of need that. It kind of supports your whole body. Your whole upper body requires having a collarbone. Mm-hmm. Again, I'm not mad at this paint. We knocked this up with the flesh and the burnt umber, right? So we're getting that. I added a little bit of red, like just a spot of red, so we could start getting into kind of a pinky flesh tone. But I'm happy with it so far. I'm not mad at that. I'm actually really pleased. This paint is surprising the hell out of me. This is going to become Slow Fuse Gaming paints with the cheapest paint 5 nights a week. I ain't mad. I'm not ready to trade. The nice thing about these that I will say is that because their pigment is so much more vivid, I guess, the pigment is probably a little bit thicker. I don't know that I would want to run these through an airbrush, right? But for what they are, as you layer, you really get dynamic coverage, right? So just look as I go back through here real quick. This is with 2 layers, and you can start seeing real quick. See this transition down here? See how I've got it? It's kind of translucent, and then you get a complete tonal shift as I go through to that second layer. A lot of the Vallejo and stuff won't do that because the pigment is too small. So it won't allow you to look like you use 2 different paints right there just by going back over it with the same color again, no matter how thin you go. I mean, if you look in all these places, look how it looks like I already am highlighting a different color. See how you have the darker down beneath and then the upper? It's because that pigment is so vivid, right? It's so big that when you run it translucent, even though I'm doing the same thickness again on the top, the fact that it's covering, I get that opacity a lot quicker than I would with a Vallejo. So it looks like I'm using 2 different colors. And so my layering up is fantastic. I'm stoked. I'm stoked.
Kenny said I almost ripped my pectoral off my collarbone from shrugging too much weight trying to impress some girls. And then Valor Steele asked if he got the girls. And he said, no, but I shit my pants.
Shit your pants?
Trying to pick up too heavy of a weight.
Jesus Christ, Kenny. That's dedication, baby.
Oh.
That's dedication right there. Or something.
Broken fingers remind you of how often you use them, I would imagine. Broke your arm to fix a wrist injury. Wow.
Man, I am thoroughly impressed right at this minute of how these flesh tones are working. It would be a real hassle to do my flesh tones with this stuff all the time because of the amount of mixing and workup it would take. But I gotta tell you, I'm really pleased with the way this is. Look at how good that's looking. Just real quick. I mean, I'm not really even spending any time on this. I'm fairly stoked.
Pharaoh would like to know what kind of paint you're using.
We're using cheap ass acrylics. Like the
That's
title,
the brand name right
like
there.
the title of the stream says, we are using cheap ass acrylics. We are using Hobby Lobby brand Master's Touch acrylics that are 27. Well, we said after the 40% coupon, Like $18 for 36 paints. Do the math.
I'm gonna do the math right
50 cents a tube, I think that wound up being. Super cheap ass acrylics. The only way you could do cheaper paints than this, in my opinion, is if you use those craft paints that are such a pain in the ass. Don't do that, by the way.
Yeah, like 17, 18 bucks.
Yeah, so this is legit like the cheapest way I can see going through and painting miniatures right now. And I was half expecting that we'd just kind of laugh together about it and say, yeah, that's probably not something we should recommend. And I got to admit, right this minute, especially after seeing the way these flesh tones are going down, right? And this is just one pass on the flesh tones over the base coat, and I'm already pretty stoked on this. I got to tell you. I might be switching over to some Hobby Lobby 50-cent paints here pretty soon. That's not true, but that's just to drive it home how impressed I am with what I'm seeing so far. And that's the reason I set up this palette cam. I don't normally run a palette cam, but I'm doing it so that you guys know I'm not cheating. I'm not adding any medium. My airbrush medium is over there. Right? Here's my airbrush medium. And I haven't touched it yet. So, just so you know, I'm on the up and up. This is legit just paint and water. You have no fear here at Slow Fuse Gaming. We are proving that tonight, and we're getting rewarded for it, I think, because I can't say enough about how I'm enjoying learning how this paint responds on the model and then seeing the results.
You would like to know why you wouldn't add medium. You add medium to the pro paints. Why tempt yourself with the cheap paint?
It's a test, right? I'm teaching you guys at the same time I'm learning with this particular kind of paint to show you. My initial thought was that we would have to add the airbrush medium, which is why it's out, right? But as I started working with the paint and just using water, I found that I didn't need to waste my airbrush medium. We're trying to show, okay, the goal here is kind of like when we do the airbrushing with inks. It's to show you an inexpensive way to kind of lose a hurdle to miniature painting. The inks, the hurdle was the fear of your airbrush. And getting your blends correct and all that. And I showed you how you can go through with the airbrush and build up some really blocky highlights on your prime coat with the airbrush. You don't even have to be good with an airbrush as long as you can aim it and get some white out. Just put spots of white on the model where you want it to be highlighted, and then hit it with inks, right? And then you saw, okay, well that didn't look right. Hit it with some white, hit it with the inks, and I showed you how to erase and do all that. And what my goal there was not to show you that if you're good with an airbrush, there's a different way you should be doing it. The goal there was to show you if you're afraid of an airbrush, here's a good way you can pick up a $50 airbrush and make amazing models out of it, right? Because remember, we did all of this, right, in a very short time on this Signar guy and got all of these highlights and those blues done with doing some pre-highlights, and all my highlighting I intentionally did really crappy, right? And we did all this just by shooting ink over a model. You know, and got all of that really cool blending and showed you that, yeah, you don't have to be afraid of your airbrush, right? And so that was the goal there. I had a lot of people sending me messages saying, why would I do that if I'm already good with an airbrush? Well, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But the goal was for people that might be afraid of picking up that airbrush or might be struggling with it. The goal here is not to show you how to use this instead of pro paints, you know, or Vallejo or you know, scale 75 or whatever it is you're using. It's to show people who might think that the cost of Vallejo paints is being prohibitive to their hobby because they can't afford 72 colors. And every time they see me do a tutorial or see Kenny do a tutorial, there's a new color that they don't have. Well, how do they get that color? Do you mix it? Do you go buy it for $5 or $6? Well, some people $5 or $6 per tube of paint is a lot. So my goal here was to show you how you don't have to have any Vallejo paints. The only thing we've said you need to buy is you need to buy Citadel Gnome oil. You need to buy the Cheater's Hero in order to do this. We haven't really used it yet, but we will on the silver. So that's the goal. And in order to do that, I wanted to say, okay, this is an inexpensive way to get past that hurdle. And by adding the airbrush medium, that's an expensive thing. The airbrush medium is $22 for a bottle. So that's more than we just paid for 36 paints, just for the bottle of airbrush medium. Now, I'm not saying that that's not worth it, but I'm just trying to start from an area of what's the cheapest way we can do this. And as long as it's working, I'm going to stick with it, just for the purpose of this tutorial. Right? I would definitely be... I used airbrush medium at the beginning when I was basing the models. That's what this is. The brown was in airbrush medium. I flooded it with airbrush medium just to see how it responded. And it worked really well for the basing. But then that made me take just to water. I was like, well, it works really well with the airbrush medium. It almost worked so well that I don't think it needed it. And so I just went to water and I've stayed with it because it works just as well. That's my long-winded answer there.
A little bit.
Oh. Getting all excited. Forget about my camera angles. I'm over here all like, holy crap, 50-cent paint is painting a model. I fully expected to do this, have a good laugh with you guys, and then go strip this model off screen and repaint it. I ain't gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna tell you guys any different. I was like, well, let's see if it can be done. Because I just got asked this question again yesterday. That's what kicked this off. Is I got somebody asking me, you know, how can I get into a good set of paints inexpensive, you know, without breaking the bank? And it's always a tough question for me. And so I was like, well, you know, the magic number for a lot of people has been between 30 and 50 bucks. And so I'm showing you how right now for 19 bucks and some paintbrushes, so like $25, because I think the paintbrush set was $6.99, so 25, like 30 bucks with tax, let's say, that you'd be able to do exactly what I'm doing right now. Because you can make a wet palette. This wet palette's like $20 or 25 bucks or something like that, but you can make a wet palette out of paper towels and a you know, plastic container. So I don't include that in the cost. We're all about hobby hacks here. We can find a way to help you guys do it a little less expensive so that you can get over a hurdle that you're facing. Maybe you're at a point where you feel like your models aren't progressing, and sometimes it's because I just don't have paints, I don't know how to mix my paints, yada yada. Here's a good way to get 36 colors. These are a lot easier to learn to mix with because you're not afraid of putting a little bit of paint out because it's so cheap, you know? There's all sorts of good reasons. My opinion. You already have a bunch of Vallejo paints. You're already comfortable with your Vallejo or Scale 75 or GW paints or Reaper or, you know, Army Color or whatever the hell you got. Then don't sweat it. I'm not trying to change the world. And I'm not saying I'm going to go run out and wire you on the bottom.
Saldak is watching from Norway, where it is currently 5 a.m. And he said it's the first time I'm catching your stream, but it's 5 a.m. here in Norway. How much longer are you usually on?
On Friday, Sal, I wind up staying. I mean, we go until Jen and I are ready to pass out generally, or she'll run off to bed, and then I'll finish up soon after that, kind of a thing. But we are on Tuesdays through Thursdays as well. We go before Kenny on Tuesday, and then Kenny follows after us, and then Wednesdays and Thursdays I start at 2 p.m. my time, which would be, I don't know, roughly like 9 or 10 at night for you, I think. Sounds about right.
It's like 9 hours difference?
8 or 9, yeah.
8 here and 5 there.
Oh, so if he's got 9, yeah, so it'd be 11 o'clock at night for you on a normal weeknight. You can catch us then as well. We'd love to see you around.
And Norval says, wondering, as a person who's never done miniatures before, but I have a pile of 1980s ones, and I have acrylics because I actually paint from time to time, if I shouldn't try learning with them. Look
at what I'm doing, man. If you feel like what you're seeing is building up to a sort of reasonable conclusion, then I vote yes. I mean, like I said, literally, these are the paints we're using. tonight. We're using pasty acrylics. And there's been a bunch of people like you, Nurble, that have contacted me and said, hey, I paint canvases, and I've got these paints. What should I do? I have people asking me about oil paints. Can you paint a miniature with oil paints? You sure as shit can. If you're really good with thinning oils with mineral spirits, you can do anything. You're not going to be happy with it because the build-up and dry time for those oils is redonkulous. So it's going to take you forever to paint a miniature. But a lot of pro painters, do that for things like faces on their busts. They'll use oils just because you can't beat the blended, So I don't think that there's ever really a reason to say no. Just understand what it is you're getting yourself into, right? If you want to paint with these paints, if you're already an artist that does canvas painting from time to time with acrylics, and you're used to paste acrylics, and you're used to their consistency and how they work off the brush, then I think you'll enjoy it, right? If you're not, then it's just going to be a thing you got to learn. Is it worth it? What I'm seeing right now, if cost is an issue for you, hell yeah, it's worth it. Because it's not like super hard. I mean, I'm having to learn it too because I paint with miniature paints all the time, and they work. Like I said, I'm having to adjust the way my brush strokes work so that I'm getting less transparency or translucence in my strokes. Otherwise, I'm losing detail if I'm not careful. But I mean, by and large, I'm happy with what I'm seeing. And I would say if you've got acrylic paints and you've got old miniatures, do it. What are you waiting for?
Stephen Hawkins said, I started out buying Winsor Newton 7 Series, and now Penny has me using a $3 brush. You might make me use cheap acrylics.
See? It's all a ploy. All a ploy. You're going to get everybody into just cheap shit. Yeah, Kinney's low Cornell brushes are not necessarily bad brushes, though. They're good brushes, they just don't last long. Right? That's like the airbrush conversation. You can get a good working brush that then just doesn't have the ability to last very long because it's synthetic. A lot of people say synthetics wear longer. That's a lie. Synthetics have a memory. The reason why Sable works so well is that Sable doesn't have that memory on the tip that synthetics do. So Sable brush can be worked back up to a near new quality of paintbrush a lot easier. And a synthetic, you're just not going to do that. If it hooks, it hooks. You pretty much throw that shit out, garbage. But it doesn't mean that they're bad brushes, right? They get the job done. Yeah. Those low Cornells have been around for a long time, and they're good brushes. And I think he gets them for like $3 or something. No reason why he shouldn't. I use whatever brush is in front of me is pretty much what's there. If you want to send me some low Cornell, I'll use those. Got Winsor Newtons, I got Games and Gears, I got everything. Well, I don't have everything. I don't have any Da Vinci's. I don't see a reason for it. They don't make a miniature knife edge brush. They make all rounds. And I don't think that rounds are really proper for doing what we do. But I'm just old and cranky. What do I know?
You're not cranky.
Sometimes. I was cranky today as I kept dropping my damn computer keyboard all over the fucking place.
Why do you throw that thing around?
It just because it's always hanging off like that, and I'll turn and I'll be like, bonk, and it'll fly over across the room. It's like that old game where you try to flick the spoon or the pencil up to stick in the ceiling. I'm trying to stick the freaking...
Seems like it could be avoidable.
Hey, you and your logic don't have a place here, woman. What are you talking about? Trust me, every time I do it, I know exactly why it happened.
He didn't even notice that he said he's old and cranky, and I said, you're not cranky.
You're lying.
He's still not getting it.
What? Oh, that I'm old? Oh, you bastard. You bastard. She's not a spring chicken. She's right on my heels. She's going to catch me one of these days. Wait. That's not how that works, is it?
I don't think so.
I don't think that's how that works. Well, I don't know. That doesn't matter.
Sarah says, wants you to stay with him. I am old, and that's okay.
My name is Jason. I have a problem. I'm old, and I'm learning that that's okay. You bastards. You call yourself my friend.
Slightly older than me, but I am definitely more worn out than you.
What? How do you figure?
Look at old lady.
He grunts and
I'm
complains
sitting.
a
I
lot.
do. I make all kinds of like
She makes
creaky,
old lady
moany
noises.
noises.
Makes old lady noises. She comes in here. She goes,
And
"Yeah,
I sit
just
in
make
here
old lady
yawning all
noises."
the time.
Oh, he's making old lady noises. Still same color. Pretty much 50-50 with a dash of red of burnt umber we're using right now. And flesh. It's all it was called. Flesh.
Flesh.
Oh, flesh. We got flesh and burnt umber working for us, and it's doing the job. I'm digging it. Not too shabby right now. And I'm running it pretty thin with water. I'm having a layer. But like I said, the best thing about it so far has been the layering is just tremendous as far as its pickup. The amount of pigment that's left at the layering stage is great because it's doing double time work for me as opposed to having to come back with another color. I'm finding myself not just layering to build up pigment in one location with just this color. I'm offsetting my layering so that I can get that that translucence working for me as kind of a in-between shade, and then as I'm building it up, it's giving me a highlight as well. So difficult to do with Vallejos because they're, like I said, their pigment is so small. I think is the issue. But so fine. So fine.
Hey, sous chef.
What's up, Sue? What's up, Sue? So yeah, you guys can see what we got working here. Right? It's so shiny the camera doesn't even want to focus on it, right? So the sheen that we're getting is pretty extreme, but what I was talking about, if you look here at these skin tones on the arm, look at how I'm being able to use the translucence to make it look like there's more than just two colors there, right? Because the pigment and the way it's layering up is pretty amazing. So the skin buildup is going pretty well. You see on the inside of that arm, it looks like I've got a deep shade, a mid shade, and then a beginning highlight. It's really just two colors, just utilizing that translucence. Now, in order to make that work, I'm going to have to glaze it down when we're done. So once I get the next highlight layer on, after that, I'll probably then come back and glaze with this specific color that we're doing right now. But so far, so good. I'm not mad at this.
Mm-hmm.
Not too mad at it.
Is the shininess, do you think, help maybe to figure out where to put highlights?
Like I said,
Because
it does let me use it as a cheat sheet at this stage, because the shiner model is, I mean, like right here, I can hold it and I can see that here's where my highlight line goes on my leg plate, right? But the problem is that shine moves with the model. So if I change angle like this, you got to keep your reference point the same. Yeah. As long as you keep your reference point the same, then it can be a good cheat sheet for you. Cool. It's just that when you start doing your final highlights, you want to knock it down to a matte finish, so that you know where to line highlight. Otherwise, you're lost. You do that little bitty bright line, and you can't even see that you put it on the model because the glare overtakes it. So that's the only issue. But we will definitely hit this with a matte coat through the airbrush before we get to final highlight stages. That's a good thing.
The chef said it's simple, don't grow up. If you don't grow up, you never get old, and if you don't get old, you can live forever.
Is that working for you? I'm testing the whole don't grow up part really strongly by painting little men on Twitch 4 nights a week. Yeah, that's kind of my whole not growing up part going on. I'll know that it's going to keep me from the whole death's door thing.
I forget that I'm a grown up sometimes. So far, it's working.
Not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that you need a whole lot of remembering that you're a grown up. I don't know that being a grown up is all that great of a thing. Right, I think it's all our flesh. That color. Now I'm going to use that. I'm going to work that color up again. I came up with I'm sitting here looking. I have that raw paint on my finger. Why is that on the line?
Oh my gosh, Memoriat's been talking about this all the time.
What's that?
Memor says, quick tip, get up and walk around every once in a while. Sitting will kill us all.
Yep, that's my big problem. We were just talking about it yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
That the longer my streaming goes, the less well I feel. Because I'll sit here for 4 hours straight and longer during the course of a day, right? So I've got a deal coming that should be here tomorrow that's just a under-desk elliptical that I can be pedaling on while I'm sitting here talking to you guys. Right, drunk raccoons? You wanted your dog to live forever? I wish. We just lost a dog not too long back.
Yeah.
It's really sad. Feel for you on that one. Alright, so let's go in with just some raw flesh. Let's get that part off. I'm going to do that again. Alright, so we're going to put out a little bit of the paste again. Remember, this paint goes a long way, so you don't have to use a whole lot. You'll waste more, I think, than anything as you're getting used to it. I'm going to take a lot of flesh that is more like cream cheese consistency for some reason. I'm not sure why. I'm going to mix it with this color that we put in there. Build up a next highlight layer. And there we go. I probably want to put just a little bit of red in this as well. I can steal some red here, can I? Not enough. Instead of bright red, I'm going to put crimson in there. I would usually be using mahogany right now to add red to my flesh tones. This crimson is not a bad choice, though. A little bit of crimson. I don't want it to be too pink, though, so I might just include it now. Okay. Maybe not. And go back to some more of our cream cheese. Oh. I think we can go raw up to the flesh by itself after this. The flesh with just a little bit of red in it after this color here. Might work. This might be too bright, actually. Hold your breath.
Every time the woman sings, it makes me want to put on a flowy dress and stand in the field. But like a wintry field.
Just go stand in a field. He's like, what are you doing?
Well, there's got to be, you know, a breeze to make the dress billow. And my hair, of course, would be much longer and fuller and would be perfectly blowing in the breeze.
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
I like it. I ain't mad at this. and I'm going very wet with this paint. So loading the brush up with water before hitting the acrylic on the palette. And so I've got a lot of water going on the model, so I got to be careful. I don't want it to blur too badly, but I also don't want it to be too thick right here. I want to be going on as translucent as I possibly can, because I'm liking the way the paint builds up, like I've repeated about a million times. You know, if I go in and I put a layer on, it's drying pretty quick. It's tough to tell because of the glossiness, but it is drying pretty quick, and that's letting me go back and add in, you know, a little bit of my own highlight / shade by layering, and that's working really well. So the more I can utilize thin layers to get that effect, I think the better and happier I'll be with the whole thing.
Drunk Raccoon's like the end of the Gladiator movie when he's in the green field in heaven. I never saw it, but that sounds
She's the
about
worst.
right.
Don't talk to her about movies unless it's some stupid, obscure comedy from nowhere. That
Hey,
she hasn't seen. What was it you hadn't seen last night?
name it.
The cartoon, The Yellow Submarine.
Oh yeah.
The Yellow Memnor.
Memnor.
Thank you, sir. Kicking it off right. That gets us started down the way to giving away the Death Watch Overkill box, as a matter of fact. That's our first one in that. Thank you, Memnor. All right, so here you go. Here's cheap-ass acrylics doing flesh tones. I'm not mad at that. That forearm
Nice, yeah, looks good.
coming together really well. Right? Once we glaze that to get rid of a little bit of that rough edge, because remember, I don't blend at this stage. I just box in all of my highlights, and then we go back with a glaze to knock it all down. And I'm really stoked. I wouldn't have expected anything like this from these paints.
I like these kinds of experiments. Thanks for the stream.
I like these too, man.
Nice.
I'm glad you guys like it. I was tempted to, like, I didn't know if this was going to be something that you guys wanted to watch, but I was like, well, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway, because for me, I think it's going to be a good learning experience. And I know that I keep getting asked this question. So even if there's only a few people out there, they're, you know, looking at this and saying, hey, this is exactly what I was wondering, is would I be able to do this and have my minis turn out worth a damn? I think I'm giving you a pretty good answer right now. We're going to see this turn into a pretty amazing miniature, and you won't even know, I don't think, at the end that, you know, there was a difference in the paints that I was using. I'm really liking the way these paints build up. I'm not having to, you know, take a tremendous amount of time that I wouldn't normally be spending at any of these steps, I don't think. Right? I mean, look at that quick workup on the knuckles. Look at that. Right? I could have asked any better of Vallejo paints to do that right there. Look at that. That's 2 highlights. I mean, that's literally 2 highlights over a base coat, but that looks like I've blended up with, you know, 4 different flesh tones to get that knuckle.
That's
like
really
that.
good.
Right? That's crazy.
Gonna be switching over to these paints.
This is crazy. Like, this is literally crazy. Okay, we've added an issue here, right? We're trying to list our issues with this so that we are giving the pros and the cons, just so I don't get carried away. The pros so far is that it's inexpensive, right? The color selection is pretty good. You get 36 colors that have a pretty good variation, right? And then on top of that, you know, the paints themselves are responding really well to the use that we're putting them through. So I don't have any problems there. The cons, it's gloss, right? It's glossy because that's just the way these paints of any kind of value costing are going to be gloss. Because in order to get that matte agent in there, it's going to be more of an expensive paint. So, you know, you got to take that into consideration. And you got to blend, right? You got to mix your paints, not blend, but you're going to have to mix a lot more paint than you would with Vallejo. Vallejo that comes with a set you can buy for flesh tones, right, is going to do a lot more for you with just the paints that you have in front of you, as opposed to what we're having to do here, which is go through and mix quite a few colors, like this flesh tone. You know, we're having to go in and work this flesh tone out with one. We're now on our second mix.
Drunk Raccoons, kind of, but I'm feeling that it needs to be colder. almost snowy, but not snowy, like icy.
Saldoc, you gotta go away. Your wife will get up soon to go to work. Saldoc, have a great weekend. Appreciate you stopping by and learning about us here. We look forward to seeing you again. Take it easy and have a great weekend.
Gabriel said this. Wait, link to this YT VOD should be a bot command, cheap paint, for when people ask in the future.
Yeah. We'll do that. Once I put it up, we'll make a command for that. That's a good idea.
Oscinator painted model ships with 59-cent paints, and they came out pretty nice.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I used cheap paints as a kid, right? Because you didn't have any money to buy anything else. As you get older, you kind of get into a habit of, well, I'll just buy paint, you know, and we can get by with, you know, Vallejo. And at first it was like, well, I only have, you know, 10 or 20 colors. And then eventually I'm buying, you know, 72 color sets. And now you're at the point where you're like, I never really think about cheap paint anymore. But why wouldn't you? I mean, why wouldn't somebody, especially, I mean, I'm a full-time commission artist. Why wouldn't I be looking at more ways to get efficient use of what I'm doing? JP Gray, thank you so much, guy. Thank you. Hype it up in chat for these guys doing these donations. Thanks, guys. Keeping us alive and keeping us flowing good stuff out into the community in the form of giveaways and silly tutorials like cheap paint like this.
Those emotes.
What's that?
Said I love those emotes.
They're great.
Drunk Raccoon, exactly, like a frosty cold morning. I feel like I might have synesthesia because
Are you still on this?
Some of these songs sound icy blue to me. Like when the lady sings. Cotton Bear Wish very politely asks, "Excuse me, sir, did you make this model?"
Way to prove it's not the paints but the person behind them.
Way to prove it's not the paints but the person behind them. That was the message of JP.
Oh, JP, yeah, good point. I mean, a lot of it is showing, what we're showing tonight is that literally if you have the skill and the want to learn, I think that we can find very easily tonight with cheap-ass paints that we're being able to, you know, turn it into a really good effect. I mean, this flesh tone is blowing my mind. Literally blowing my mind, the response we're getting out of this paint on these arms, right? Without any special work at all. I haven't even washed it or done anything to it yet. I'm blown away. The other question, Cotton Bear Wish, or I built the model. So from a standpoint of did I make it, you have to put them together. If you've ever built plastic models, these Games Workshop models come on a sprue, much like a plastic tank or a car or anything like that. You just cut them off with a sprue. This is the next one we'll be doing. You cut them off the sprue, you glue them together, you fill and sand and make them smooth and ready for paint, and then you prime them, and then you go at it. And we are tonight, as a tutorial, we always spend Friday nights doing tutorials, and tonight we're showing people how to use cheap paints. So we're using a set of 36 acrylic paints from Hobby Lobby here in the States that cost a total of like $18, $19 US for 36 paints, so 50 cents a tube in these paste paints, but they are paste as opposed to liquid. Most of the, the paints that I always use are Model Air paints, and these are liquid. Shake them up, and they're already ready to run through an airbrush or paint with a brush. And so that's, in the industry, that's what we use. I'm a professional commissioned artist, and so that's what I use day in and day out to paint models. And, you know, we get amazing effects with them, right? So we paint all the time and get, you know, cool metallic effects and anything we want to do. And so the goal was to see, can we get our standard quality of painting out of very inexpensive paints, to try to help people understand if I'm just getting into this hobby and I'm looking at, wow, the models cost $40 and then you have to buy paints and brushes and tools. I'm $100 and $150 before I've even built anything. I'm trying to help you find a way to maybe avoid some of that cost and not feel like you've made a bad mistake by not buying hundreds of dollars worth of paint. So, hey, Defton Wolf, welcome. Thank you for the follow. So that was our goal when we set out tonight, was to kind of do that. And I was leery as to whether or not we were going to get a good example to show you. I half expected that we'd say, well, maybe not these cheap paints. You know, maybe they're good for your first couple models. But here I am painting a model that I don't think anybody's going to be ashamed to own this guy when we're finished. And our highlighting, you can see how we did our red metallic. Our highlighting on our red metallics so far went really well. And now we're just jumping into the flesh tones. And so I'm blown away. I mean, I'm literally blown away at how this painting is fun. I couldn't ask for a better.
So we should say inexpensive paints
Inexpensive.
instead of cheap.
Inexpensive.
Because
Because yes, cheap has a negative connotation.
Right.
I do believe that as well. So yeah, I put cheap paints just as kind of a clickbait on the title. And I guess really that we are saying that we're looking for an inexpensive manner of hacking into the hobby. And I think we found it. As long as you're comfortable with learning, your painting this way. And the only real difference between this and what I normally do is just the way the paint reacts. But if you're new to the hobby, then coming into it you won't be coming into it with the same kind of aversion to that because you won't have painted with the other acrylics, So where I'm having to kind of relearn my brush strokes and, my weight of stroke with this paint, no, you guys wouldn't have to.
Death and Knockin', I don't know why that didn't work first time for you.
What's that?
You tried to hide and it didn't work.
No. Sometimes it takes a little bit to reset if somebody else has done one real quick.
A whole bunch of us
Before there? Yeah. So if everybody's doing it at the same time, sometimes it just kind of floods the system. So I'm stoked. I hope you guys are getting something out of this and maybe willing to, learning something new that you want to go try if you're a seasoned painter. Because I will be doing more models with this paint for sure. I got to be honest. I'm having enough fun with it, and I feel like I've got a lot of creative control with the paints and the blending here. And the fact that it's 50 cents is not a bad thing. And they sell all of these. If you happen to have a Hobby Lobby in your area, they sell all these paints in individual tubes as well. You don't even have to buy the whole set. I was just going for the impact of, okay, so you said you wanted to spend $30 on paints. Here's $30 worth of paints. Now what can we make it do? But I could have literally gone in and just bought, a few colors if that was the goal.
And your 40% off is only one item.
Yeah, one item.
So
that was why we did this. That's right. Thanks for reminding me.
Not your whole
You can't
purchase.
use it on, if you buy 10 tubes of paint.
You don't get 40% off all of them. Only one. But they always have that 40% off.
Yep, pretty much all the time. If you go to
All
Hobby
the
Lobby
time.
online, you can find that 40% off coupon and put it to work. You can go buy an airbrush from them, get 40% off. They've got good airbrushes. They've got Iwata and Sparmax pretty much in the stores, I think. So you can go and get some pretty good deals from them. No reason not to.
BK Johnston said, I just started painting for the first time ever doing Imperial Assault figures. I watched the Sarastro videos, but you give better tips.
Why, thank you. Glad you made it here. Good that you found us. We are on 4 nights a week doing the same silly banter. I tell really bad jokes. That gets to be fun sometimes. And I do try to I try to tell everybody that fearlessness is the theme of this channel. And that includes you guys making sure that you're fearless in, being able to ask your questions. Don't ever think that there's a dumb question. If you're new to the hobby, the fact that I'm old and been doing it forever should not ever dissuade you from asking me, because a lot of times I might learn from a question you ask. You might rekindle an old thought in me that's like, oh, I forgot. I have done that before, and yeah, that works really well. We've had lots of people come in here with their own ideas, and, we'll put them to work on the stream and really be happy with the way they turn out. They can help me. I'm always willing to impart some of what I know and the hassles that I've been through in painting this stuff to help you guys not have those same issues. Maybe you can avoid it. Hell, ask Kenny. When we were building these models, I called him up, or I sent him a text, right, and said, this model sucks to build. Make sure you put the head in before you finish the body. And he was like, oh, damn, thanks. So his model looks a little different than mine. Mine has a longer neck because I didn't put the head in at the right time, and I had to chop it all up and make it fit after the rest of the body was already together. So, laughs on me. Right? Laughs on me. Yeah, look at our flesh tones. I just am stoked, guys. I can't tell you how stoked I am on this. They're turning out really, really good. That flesh color mixed with burnt umber is what we're doing. We're just working it up out of that burnt umber, and it's looking really, really well.
Thanks, Cotton Bear Wish. Welcome. Cotton Bear Wish says, always get overwhelmed with big prices. This is very encouraging for me.
Nice, Cotton. Well, that was the whole goal, like I said, and I can't state it enough. I'm always trying to find ways to that I can help people want to get into the hobby and not find it so daunting, because our hobby is expensive. The models are expensive. And so and that's the cool part, right? The model. That's the part that got you into it. It wasn't that you wanted to be painting. You could be painting canvas for, super cheap, right? You can go to your hobby store or someplace and get canvases on the cheap and be painting in no time if you just want to paint. But it's the miniature. It's the fact that there's this angry dude swinging a blazing stone at you that makes you want to get into the hobby, right? It's that you can buy, big axe-wielding dudes in power armor and, build these models and paint them up. That's the fun of it. And then there's games that you can play on top of it. So our hobby extends into a whole realm of entertainment that is the reason we do it. Building and painting them sometimes becomes the big hurdle. You'll go out and buy and you'll be real excited, and then you realize you got to put them together, and you put them together and you go to the store to play with them, and the store says, oh, we really want you to paint your models, and you get excited about doing that, and then you realize you got to drop $100 for materials. So I will continue to repeat, I would love for people to be able to get into it for a lot cheaper. And so this was just a way to see if we could help you do it that way. And I can say with a resounding yes that, yeah, I think we've won today's version of Hobby Hacks and said, yes, you can go in with inexpensive, not cheap, inexpensive paints and get the job done very well. And if you went and did it, you could come in here and have a really good conversation with any of us and say, hey, so I got those paints, and I'm trying to do the blends like you are on flesh, and I'd be able to talk to you like like you were using Vallejos, because now I am teaching myself an understanding of these, because I've had people ask me recently, hey, I'm trying to use Liquitex heavy-bodied acrylics, can you give me any pointers for glazing and washing? And I'm like, well, I don't use them all the time, but I would say this. Now I can go in with authority and I can say, you know what? This is what you do. I'm all about that. I like having good answers as opposed to sort of iffy and, well, I think, and maybe, and
Devinakin says, do you or would you be interested in one-on-one painting lessons? So I will whisper you that feature.
I've had that asked a lot. I've always said that we would need to figure out some way to make it work on both of our schedules, and mine is obviously going to be the tougher of the schedules to make it work on. Kenny and I have spoken about that. I know that he gives away one-on-one, like hour-long deals on his stream, I think. I wouldn't be opposed to figuring out a way to make it work. I have not, to date, worked up anything specific. But, yeah, we can talk. Shoot me a message. You can either friend me on Facebook or shoot me a Twitch message. And maybe we can find out something that works really well that would then I could, offer to other people. I would be more than happy to have that as something that I offer. It's just the timing is very different. Right? As a full-time hobby artist, this is what I do all day. And I've never really figured out a way in my head that I could say, okay, we can sit down on a Skype, and then what? I've got all these cameras, how do I paint, show you? But yeah, contact me and we'll talk about it. You might help me figure out how we can make that work for other people, because there's a lot of people that would like to have that kind of ability to get from me. And I would be more than happy to do it if I could find something that worked.
Any of you live in the Phoenix area and are interested?
Yeah, if you happen to live in Arizona, we can do one-on-one classes, and all you have to do is buy pizza and beer. I don't drink beer, right? Pizza part work.
Is the Vallejo brand anyway tied to Boris Vallejo?
No.
Who's Boris Vallejo?
Artist.
Oh.
Fantasy artist.
Oh.
Signed all his paintings. Boris! Amazing stuff. Acrylico Vallejo. I don't, I say that. I don't know that he didn't maybe start it. I don't know. Somebody else smarter than me would know that, but I don't think so. Torqued his Iwata the other night? What are you talking about? Sean, who torqued his Iwata? That sounds painful.
It sounds like something. Imagine the Conan the Barbarian cover right there.
Like Frazetta. Frank Frazetta. You ever heard of the Frazetta painting? Seen him? You've probably seen him. He hasn't even seen Yellow Submarine. What am I asking you?
Good night, Red Baron. Have a good weekend.
You out of here. Thanks for stopping in, Red. We'll see you next
See you
week,
next
hopefully.
time.
Have a great weekend. We are getting to that it's late in Europe part of the night, aren't we? I am always so surprised. I'm always so surprised that people are like, wow, it's like 7 a.m. I haven't gone to bed yet.
Yeah.
Like, wow, you're a trooper. Again, the biggest key that I can tell you to what I've been doing tonight is making sure that I'm always going with a fairly well-loaded brush of water before going into the paint. That's the only thing that's guaranteeing my consistency as I'm working through the blends and the gradients.
Got a weird view there, just your hand.
Yeah, sorry. The shine on this is making it tough for me to see my strokes, so I'm having to hold it to where the glare goes away.
Oh, there must have been a post last night. In blue.
About what?
About the Iwata. Something that happened to it.
Oh, did somebody, break it?
Well, maybe because then... Yeah, because then last night I slightly over-tightened the nozzle and it snapped off.
Oh! Yep.
With
Happens to the best of us.
Villanova modes.
Happens to the best of us. I just did it to my cheapo Chinese priming brush. So I've got to go up to a size 5 nozzle on it now because I torqued my size 3 and broke it. I did that a couple weeks ago. I know your pain, brother. I know your pain. All right. I think we got all of our next level of highlights done on the flesh, and I am stoked. I can't say it enough. I think that works really, really well. Flesh looks really good. Nice blends, and that's just with 2 colors, and we got really good transitions because of the pigmentation and the way it lays over in layering. So I got no gripes at all with that. Digging it. Digging it. Alright, so now, 9 o'clock. I want to make sure that before we get out of here, we do a little bit with this gold metallic. I'm worried about the gold metallic. It's the next color that we got to paint anyway, pretty much. I need to figure out what to do with these inserts on the shoulders, actually. We need to do that real quick. Hey, Mathis! If I was a woodchuck that could chuck wood, how much wood would I chuck as a woodchucking woodchuck that could chuck some wood? About 5 cords daily. There you go. That's an answer that you can take to the bank, sir. How the hell are you, Mathis? We're doing inexpensive paint night painting, and we are being overwhelmed with the positive aspects of this cheap-ass paint. So... Wazaro, you met Elmore a couple times at conventions? Alright. So, before we can do gold, we've got to kind of work from the inside. There's this stuff on the shoulder pads here that I've still got just black primer. We've got to figure out what to do with that. And I'm not real sure. I think I want to do it with some grays and just work it up as kind of black gray and then maybe wash some color into it after the fact. That might work? Question mark? I don't really know is what I'm saying. Not real sure. I feel like that's a good starting point. So I think we got some gray. We have gray? What's called neutral gray. Pretty light. Go with some neutral gray. We'll see what that does. See how that looks. Oh, damn it. Blow out all over the place. I squeeze it, and then I'm like, oh wait, there's a top. And then you take the top off, and it gets in your eye. That's going to be too light. You need to get a little bit of black. I don't even think I've opened the black yet, have I? Do? Do? This is the No Cheat Friday. You guys know I'm not cheating.
DVD, I don't understand this. Did I remember this?
What is it?
Said at the bank they say, "Why are you bringing?" At the bank they will say, "Why are you bringing answers? You keep money here."
I understand.
I don't understand. I'm like, did I miss something earlier in the conversation?
Lorgar, thank you so much, man. And when you get around to painting those word bearers, I'll send you mine. You can paint mine too. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Thanks for stopping in, Lord. Have a great weekend.
Did Lorgar win something yesterday?
He won something recently, I think. Didn't he?
The song, maybe?
Was one of his songs last night?
Oh, gotcha.
We're mixing up some black gray, our favorite gray color, basically. Just a deeper gray that can go over this black, give us a little bit of highlight. We're going to make it a little lighter than that.
Gotta follow along with the conversation, and I guess I did not. It's because you said you can take that answer to the bank.
Oh.
Didn't even think about it.
The bank says, no,
oh, we don't want your answers.
we don't want answers, we have money. Do you want some money or give us money? We're good. You guys are way ahead of us on that. We're like trying to maintain 50 conversations at once and can't remember any of them, and you guys are already 10 steps ahead of us all the time. All right, so what we're going to do here is drop down and basically just start sprinkling some highlights in on this texture. I wish I could dry brush these textures. They lend really well to it, but I can't get in there to do that. So I'm just going to kind of lightly take the brush over the textures and the edges.
Oh, nice. Welcome, Blockingbird. Blockingbird said, "I'm here through..." Blockingbird? Yeah. "I'm here through Hat.Sat's host.
Nice.
Nice to see a fellow member of the Chaos Grand Alliance.
Aha.
Even player here. Keep up the good work."
Thank you, sir. Glad to have you. That hosted us a little bit earlier.
I appreciate the host.
He came in and then swiftly said he didn't feel good and was going to bed, so we hope he gets better. We are definitely painting some Gore Chosen tonight, so chaos is in full effect. But just because somebody dropped some one of you great subs out there, Blockingbird. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Snails. One of our subs out there. Go ahead and show him the Bomb-Quisitional eye, though, just so he doesn't get too far out of line in his heresy while in the channel. Make sure we understand each other here. We have a good emote here. We've got the Inquisition. Kenny has the
I don't have that one.
Kenny has the Chaos emote, and so we make an Inquisition with a bomb in it for our bomb snail.
Oh, there it is, DVD.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
there you go.
Do it with yours.
Watch your heresy. We're venturing out into the world of the heretic with this one. October, the month of chaos. So we are painting Gore Chosen along with Kenny from Next Level Painting, our stream buddy, and my duo in crime here on Twitch. And he is doing the same model at the same time that I am, or I'm doing the same model that he is, I guess. We start a new model every Friday. This is our third one. And at the end of the month, when they are all painted, both channels will be giving away the full box set with the painted models. So Kenny will be doing a top donor giveaway over on his channel on a Tuesday, I think, towards the end of the month. And then we will be doing our standard giveaway process through Critical Mass for our Gore Chosen box set. With full regime, as it were, of painted models and all of the game, obviously. All the game boards unopened, rules unplayed, and all that. Unless you really want Jen to play it first, then we'll see. But she's really bad with rules, so... This game's probably easier than Super Dungeon Explorer,
Oh my
though.
god.
I think this is point in that direction, go kill that guy. I think it's more like that first
And
thing
you know
that we
what?
did in
From
Malifaux.
everyone, like, it seems like everyone is saying it's long and boring. And
Everybody said
too
it'd be
much.
great, you should get it, and then they get it, and you're like, yeah, it sucks.
No,
Sucks to play, but the
that game
miniatures are great.
Blockingbird said in 40K I placed guitar. Sorry?
Oh yeah, we just gave away last night a Guitar Getting Started box, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I don't know what heresy you're talking about. All hail the Emperor, all hail the Omnissiah.
The Omnissiah, the one true God, the dragon. Mars, God of Mars. It's funny because right now there's all that stuff going around the internet that says, you know, the only planet in our solar system that's inhabited completely by robots is Mars. And in 40K the game, Mars became the forged planet where all of these people went to create artificial intelligence and make their bodies robotic and all that stuff. People are like, oh god, it's a precursor. It's happening.
Mathis said a board game that's fun with great minis is Relic, but will be out of print soon.
Thought about buying it after watching you try to paint your Space Marine, Mathis. I thought I'd get some and paint up those busts and give it away on stream. But then I looked at them, and I'm not really a fan of those bust models. They're not that great. Like, as I was looking at them, I was like, I don't know if I'd really enjoy painting them. But I might still do it if you guys would be interested in that. I can get it.
D-Mac says, hey, good stuff.
D-Mac, what's going on? Thank you, thank you. Tonight's theme, we do tutorials every Friday, and this one is focused on using inexpensive paints to create good miniatures. I don't normally use these paints, and so we went and bought a full set of artist acrylics in the tube so that we could run a test and basically use it as a tutorial for people, because I'm always asked what is an inexpensive way to get into painting miniatures. And of course, you'll spend most of your money on the miniatures themselves. So if you can find any way to save a little bit on the paints, then we would like to help you. Okay, so what I did is I just went in there and lightly grabbed the high areas in that inset with some gray, just to get some highlights dropped in there. We'll go back to a lighter gray, just probably the raw gray, and highlight them one more time before we hit our gold. I just want to make sure we got enough color in there. Okay. I will do that now. We'll go back with some gray. Actually, before we're done there, let's go and find some scraps.
Are you normally not using a wet palette?
Normally I don't use a wet palette a whole lot because I'm not as worried about mixing colors. A lot of times with my Vallejo, I'm going with just, maybe one color blend that I have to do, but not very much. And so a wet palette really is good for making sure that when you're mixing paints, you have that mixed paint last long enough to get through the model. So you're not having to remix and you get wind up with different shades and hues and tones as you're doing the mixing. But because we're using a tube acrylic and we're having to primarily mix the bulk of our colors up, I wanted to make sure that I was using wet palette. So we did the palette cam tonight for that too. That and to prove that I wasn't cheating. I didn't want anybody to think that we were, oh, you're lying. You're putting special stuff in the paint. The paint cam keeps me honest. You guys can all see that we're not cheating the system here. Oh, wow.
Well, nothing knocking, so this tutorial was great. Thanks for doing it.
Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. It's you guys hanging out that make me do what I do. Jen and I love spending our time with you, so.
Good night, Von Black. Have a good weekend.
Vaughn, you out of here? Take it easy. Did you get your stuff in the mail yet? Vaughn won a set of War Machine miniatures from us. Sci-Fi Dungeon Crawler looked pretty good too, yeah. Death by, yeah. I just don't do Kickstarters, man. Not very often. Alright, let's go to just the light gray. Hold what happened. Just touch some of these areas up.
Oh, Von Black suggestion to appear on this photo.
Oh, cool. That's pretty quick. Everybody got their stuff really quick this go around. I like when the post office does the right thing.
Yeah.
Poor Mathis is still sitting with thousands of dollars worth of Emperor's Children in customs. I'm just like chomping at the bit to have him get them, make sure they're all in one piece, number one. And number two, tell me how awesome they are.
Well, yeah, I think that's a thing there, right? Because my sister, when they bought her Rain.
Yeah, it was cheaper for them to like take a flight and buy it.
Well, no, it was they had it sent to her mom's house, and then she flew there to bring it to them.
Yeah.
Because it would have sat in customs because of the value, I guess, right?
Yeah, anything that's over $1,000 bucks,
Mhm.
Mathis wound up saying, winds up sitting in customs because they want to tax you for it. They want their cut, right? Nobody gets to have cool stuff in Australia without the government taking some money from it. There you go. Mathis, you should rise up against the government, overthrow them, and state your freedom like we did, and then one day you too can have a Donald Trump and a Hillary Clinton vying for top dog. I guess they probably already do. They probably already have their own crazy antics in Australian politics. The whole world is not immune to that. Seems like everywhere I traveled in the old days, it was always something crazy going on. Some prime minister someplace making lewd remarks or pissing somebody off. All right, just drop some highlights in there just to catch those gray areas again. We just want them to kind of pop out. I don't know what I'll wind up doing with them on the end of the deal. I might go through. I feel like because we're doing this kind of bale flame, witch flame kind of thing going on with the axe with green, maybe I could do like a dark green wash or glaze inside those cauldrons. But let's get some gold on there and see how that works. Yeah, shipping to Australia is tough. I wish it wasn't. We've had to ship. I've got 2 other commissions from Australia right now, too. That Mathis had nothing to do with. I don't understand that one. I thought for sure he was telling people, come visit us. And these guys are like, who's that? So either they don't want to admit they know him. Alright, gold time. Let's see how this gold works. I'm excited. The silver was actually pretty good. So let's see what we get out of gold. These are metallics, and these literally came in the set. We get a silver and we get a gold metallic. So you can see, this is the actual paint that you're seeing in here. It's not a label, right? This is like literally, you can see it's the actual paint that is just on the wall of the tube, which is nice. I mean, I like that you get to see the consistency of the paint, but I'm not sure about gold, man. Gold paste, metallic paste acrylics. Never been a big fan of that. I'm gonna test them out right now. Everybody hold your breath. Going in hot.
Yeah, Memphis, it's different everywhere, and you could go to a Best Buy in one city and then another one in a different city, and the tax will be different. Crazy.
Yeah, every city, every municipality has its own tax rate here. Going in hot. Metallic gold.
Amir said I'd love to make my characters alive like that and paint them. Are you a painter at all, Cotton? Because I'm not, but I've painted a mini.
She did it. Hell, look at this. Look at Jen's. Jen's first attempt ever at putting a brush to plastic.
Just watch him for a while and you'll get the hang of it.
This is this one. This one right here, this was the first time she ever painted a miniature. First time ever.
So you too can paint a miniature.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can't do. Literally. Look at this. Look at the texture on the straw. That straw is flat plastic. There is no texture there. Look at the hat, right? That's flat plastic all the way around, no texture. She painted all that straw. And it's not like she's an artist. She doesn't sit around painting canvases all day. She doesn't do, painting in any other thing that she does during her day. She's like you and me. And we just sat here.
Like you.
We just sat here. No, she's much better than me. But we just sat here for the better part of like a solid day between Saturday and Sunday on a weekend painting, and she knocked it out of the park. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. Look at it. She created all the texture. Just me leaning over her shoulder saying, yeah, what you want to do here is, just like I talked to you guys. And she learned how to dry brush. We worked up the dry brushing on the staff, and then she also did the wood texture with line highlighting. Did it all. Nailed it. Knocked it out of the park. Freaking amazing. Freaking amazing. BK Johnson, that is from Super Dungeon Explorer. That is called Jack. And he is a special character. He can either be a boss monster or a player character. So, I don't think of this. He takes up pretty quick.
Hey, somebody likes us.
Gregarious.
Gregarious. Great name. What's happening?
I like
Welcome.
that word.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. A little corner of the internet on a Friday. The weekend is starting off right for you. For all of you, by the way. Remember, we have just added to the Critical Mass the full box set for Deathwatch Overkill, as it says up above my head there at the top of the screen. What Critical Mass is on this channel is that every time we hit that donation goal, in this case $180, we give away something cool. And then what we're giving away this time is the full box set for Deathwatch Overkill, which, if you know anything about 40K, is a really great box set because it gives you the bulk of your beginning forces for Gene Stealer Cult, new army list that just came out. And it's actually a pretty tough army list. It's got good stuff. Just ask Kenny. Where's Kenny when you need him? Hey, Kenny, tell these guys how bitchin' Overkill is.
See you later, Storm Fury. Have a good weekend.
Storm Fury, take it easy, man. Good to see you. All right, I'm liking the gold too, guys. I am really starting to sound like a broken record, but this paint set is freaking phenomenal. I really kind of want to bust into all the paints now and see what we get. Because I'm blown away. This gold metallic has just got amazing metal flake. Look at that. Look at how smooth the metal flake is in it. Right? Look at how it's layering over that burnt sepia we put down. Look at that. I quit, man. I'm going to find these hacks, and you guys are all going to be painting better than me in about 24 hours after you go buy this cheap-ass set of paint. And I'll be out of a job.
And I've gotten used to the shininess. It doesn't bother me at all anymore.
Well, we've got a lot of color going on now, and with the highlighting, now you can start picking out parts of the model.
That's true.
Whereas before it was just flat. Now you're actually seeing details. So, yeah, it helps a lot. But it's still, the shininess is killing me on some of the highlights. But I'm with you. It starts to look better the more we get that we can see separation and contrast.
Is it as easy to use as the other kinds of paints?
Yeah, like I said, the only real issue with it is your need to really be good with your paint consistency. I am pretty much after every time I touch the model, I'm going back into the water, cleaning my brush, and then going back at the paint with a loaded brush. So it needs a lot of water, but it kind of has a volatility point between too much and too little. So you just got to figure it out on your own. And then once you get that comfort zone, figure out how to stay there with just the right amount of water on your brush. But I'm really not having to try too hard now. At the beginning, I wasn't as happy as I am right now. But then when I found my stride, I'm basically just loading the brush with water and going after the paint. And I'm really digging it. I mean, look at that.
That's good.
Look at that. Come on. Fucking come on, man. This is a 50-cent tube of paint, and it's knocking it out of the park, and I'm not doing anything. Look at this. Metallic gold. Killing it. Matte spray. Yeah, I was showing everybody earlier. I just used the game varnish, the matte varnish, and this game varnish you can brush on. So if you had a spot that was really killing you, because this paint does have a gloss finish to it, you could go back in if you're really having a problem and just brush on some matte varnish to dull it down real quick, and then go and do your highlights off of that. But I mean, I think that literally, as I'm getting used to it, I'll probably wait until I'm ready for my final highlights before I hit it with matte varnish. I was thinking there for a minute that I was going to have to go through it and kind of, out of desperation, hit it with a varnish a lot quicker. But now it's seeming like you guys are seeing, it's being easier to pick out details the more paint we put on it, which is natural.
Oakley Brave.
Hey, Oakley.
And LT.
LT. Oh.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome to cheap ass paint night.
Phoenix.
I like cheap ass paint night. It has a more
Cheap ass doesn't sound as bad as cheap.
yeah. When you say cheap ass, it has a very dramatic
Then you
effect
know
to it, and it doesn't make people
Then
angry.
you know
like you're bitching.
it
about
means inexpensive.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean like bad quality.
No, this is cheap ass paint night. Welcome. We might put cheap ass paint night in the rotation as a thing because I'm having a fucking shit ton of fun with this stuff. And like I said, the theme of this channel in general is being fearless, man. Go after it. Got an idea? Chase it. And this idea right here is paying off in spades. You might find me using this paint on commission models here pretty soon. I mean, technically these are light commission models because you guys are going to wind up winning them. Somebody other than me is going to own this stuff.
You're looking at it, Oakley. This is what's up. What's up with you? How's the baby? Mathis said, is the gold caking on the brush?
Nope. Well, I'm not giving it time to, Mathis. It will. You know, this stuff will start clumping. But because every time I go to the model and I'm done, then I will turn right around and wash. Right? I'll go straight to the water and wash the brush out every time because I need a loaded brush of water to go back. You're seeing me come after I go into the water. I'm coming back with a brush load of water on the palette before I'm grabbing paint again.
He has a new hashtag for you.
What's that?
That guy what paints better with cheap ass paint than the rest of us do with TW.
Oh jeez. That's not the point of this, by the way. I'm not trying to depress anybody here. If anything, I'm trying to show you that you can do wonders without spending a lot of money. That's
Still
the
super
goal.
cute and tiny. Oh, baby.
Hashtag dad life, Oakley.
Yay. Maddie Havoc just tuned in. What type of paint is it?
It is cheap ass Hobby Lobby special. Is this stuff?
Tubes of Hobby Lobby acrylic paint.
It is the 36 set of Master's Touch acrylics. These are just their basic acrylics. They're 15 milliliter size. Is that right? Is that what I said? SA 22 mil. So it's 22 milliliters, so it's more than you're going to get from any other paint that we buy for our hobby. And because they're paste, technically it's about 1,000,000 times as much paint. And check this out. 36 colors, a very broad color range that you got, right? 36 colors, and it was this much, minus 40%. So it was 18 something dollars, like 18 or 19 bucks for this set. And it has all those colors, right? So you get black and white as base, shade, and highlight mixers, and then you get a ton of color. And, you know, I went into the night half expecting that after a couple of hours of painting with it, I would throw in the towel and say, all right, the paint wins, or, you know, this sucks. And instead, I'm thinking to myself, wow, look at this. I mean, you're knocking it out of the park without any effort, really. I mean, just with standard techniques. All the stuff I tell you guys on a normal daily basis is the only thing I'm doing, right? Highlighting normally. You can tell, like, look at the build-up. There's not any excess build-up. Look at on the reds, right? You can see the texturing on the model, and there's really not a whole lot of build-up on there for paint that you wouldn't find with any other color. The sheen is part of the paint because they are cheap paints, inexpensive paints. They're going to have a satiny sheen to them, not super high gloss, but definitely satin as you're seeing, or in some cases what looks like pretty high gloss. And more so with the amount of water you have to use to thin them down, right? So they don't have a matte content to them at all. You're going to have to add that in later. But I mean, look at our flesh tones. Look at how we were able to drag flesh tones into this thing, right? We had to mix those flesh colors, you know, on our own. But I got to tell you, man, I'm super stoked. And this gold's knocking it out of the park. The gold's got me blown away. Like, I can't even believe that this is a tube of cheap-ass 50-cent gold. It's literally some of the best gold I've ever used.
You should just make a sound bit with that explanation, JP said.
With what?
The explanation you just did.
Oh, God, I don't even remember what I just said.
So we've missed you, Oakley, but I imagine that it's been life-changing in the best of ways. So it's nice to see you again. You said it takes up all my time, don't get to watch streams and play games, but it's worth it.
Yeah, I know, man. Dad life, though, it's there. Gives you a different perspective.
Yeah.
Totally different focus. That's all right. I just sent him an email telling him about his, we're doing a commission for Oakley right now.
Yep.
His Malifaux crew. Update on that. Gonna be building the rest of those guys this weekend. Getting in on that, and he is right on the heels of those Kingdom Death models that we're doing. Time's going on right now, but probably lots of fun.
Robot crash. Dropped a tiny bit on my carpet. What's the best way to find it? Probably walk around barefoot?
Yeah, barefoot. Barefoot will find it instantaneously. Don't model on carpet. If you read like the Malifaux model boxes, they say these are for professional model builders only, advanced model builders only. Do not do over carpet. Good luck. That's what it says on this kit. Yeah, a lot of them say that. They say for advanced modelers only, do not build over carpet, and good luck, because their models are fucking finicky as hell, man. Yeah, little bitty pieces. Jen walks in the other day and she asked me, is there anything I can do to help you build these models? And I was like, well, yeah, we could get you set up to build models. And I want to give her Malifaux to build her.
Why? Why would you be mean? That means I'm never going to help you with any of the others.
I'm just kidding. I would never give you Malifaux model in a million years. Look at this gold, man. Look at this gold.
It's so good.
Look at this gold. I quit. I've hacked myself into wanting to quit the hobby. This is redonkulous. What have I been doing all these years buying expensive freaking paint?
Why do you want to quit? This seems like it'd make you want to get more into it.
No, I'm kidding. I quit because I've been lying to everybody. I have to quit because of the shame.
No.
The shame of, I've been telling you all that you need better paints. And now I paint with 50-cent paints. What has happened?
Now just take them back and get this stuff.
I gotta tell you, I'm a big fan. Sit here in silence every time I make a streak, and I'm like, wow, this stuff blends really well. It fades really well for a metallic. I'm just blown away. Leo Metallics don't act like this. Morg Baka, great name. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. We were sitting here being a broken record talking about cheap-ass paints if you haven't been following along. That's the goal of tonight in our normal Tutorial Fridays, to impart a little bit of knowledge on how to paint with less expensive paints to make getting into the hobby a little less of a hurdle. What it's done is succeeded in making me want to just paint with these paints all the time. I'd say that's a win.
What kind of gradient do you think is possible for it?
Gradient? There's nothing you can't do with it. I'm ready to say that. I'm ready to say that there's nothing you can't do as far as the brush goes. You could 2-brush blend with this, you could wet blend with it. I mean, it's doing pretty well. I wasn't really trying hard with the red. I was blocking it, assuming we'd have to do a glaze. The more I've been working with some of the other paints, like the flesh tones, and I started to realize working with a lighter paint that the pigmentation of them allows me to do that layering effect so that I can multi-layer and get, make it look like I'm using more colors. If you look at the hand here, right, the hand makes it look like we've used, probably 4 colors of flesh tone there when we've only used 2 because of the ability to layer. So, we're getting away with some hacks here that aren't really possible with Vallejo paints because the pigment is so fine in our miniature paints. In most cases, yellows and whites sometimes are excluded. Sometimes our pigment is fairly chalky and big, but on these, look at this. it looks like we've washed this model already. It looks like we've washed the skin tones and washed some of the metallics. The silver is also from this same set. So the silver and gold are blowing my mind. I'm a fan. Sold.
Then more access for you to worry about how they'll hold up over time.
No, you're going to varnish them just like anything else. So, and I've been handling this model just like anything, and I haven't rubbed any of it off that I can tell. I haven't really been having to even pay attention to it. So, yeah. And do you like that, LT? You like the palette cam? I can leave it if you guys like it. It's not something I've normally thought I would want to have, but if you guys are digging it, then I'll definitely leave it as part of the show. I'm not talking about it a lot, so if you ever have a question about what's going on the palette, at least this gives you a good source to ask a question, right? That's kind of what my thinking was. You guys would be able to see what I'm doing. The lighting on it's kind of crap, so I don't know how the color content looks to you. It's a little dark, you know, but you can kind of see how I use my paint. Right?
Yeah, it is. It's like my big hat. Fancy hat.
Oh,
It's my
palette.
hat. Remember asked if I like wearing it as a hat. LT said it's helpful for those of us who are still working on basic techniques.
Yeah, well, I'll leave it because it's not any hassle to have it there. As a matter of fact, I like I had to clean my work surface a little bit to be able to fit it because this palette's bigger than the one I normally use. But all in all, it helps me.
Seems like a home life.
Oh, good God, this gold! Look at this, how it's going on. It's killing me, man. Look at this. Quit. Literally quit. I'm putting the gold over burnt sepia, in case you were wondering, or burnt sienna. Burnt sienna is a standard, true painter's color that you're going to get. It's a really rich, kind of reddish brown. And I figured that would be kind of a neat, fun base to work off of. So that's
sort of like a mahogany.
It's a little bit more orange than mahogany, but yeah, it's in that same range. And for yellows, it's more like our golden brown that we use, except it's a much darker shade of that. So I figured it would be a good one to try, and I'm really stoked that it's turning out because this paint is just translucent enough to let some of that work our shading. So you notice how normally I would go in on a model like this and I would pin wash the edges of the gold. This burnt sienna is taking care of that. Look at that. Like, I don't have to pin wash anything. Look at the contrast we're getting between the gold and the rest of the model just by having that burnt sienna on there.
Memphis, it's not the palette that he always uses.
No.
Is this wet palette?
Yeah, this is my wet palette. This is the holder for the big wet palette. Sometimes I use a small wet palette, but now this is just a big palette that I've had that has all the little mixing wells. Because of the amount of mixing I knew I was going to do, I wanted all of the various mixing wells around here. So I broke this one out. It's much bigger. But I might be using it a lot because I might be using this paint all the time now. Who knows? I'm so stoked on this paint right now.
Yeah, DPD said you seem quite excited about this paint. Can you leave a minute alone?
I do. I do. If you guys would mind turning your
gonna be like the
stream off for just a second while I handle some business.
Like the excited puppy when you were squeezing out the paint to show the consistency.
Scratch the boy dog.
All right. See you later, Cotton Bear. Come back sometime.
Cotton Bear, great to meet you. Thanks for hanging out a little bit on Friday with us. Come back anytime. We're here Tuesdays through
I'm working
Friday.
on another one. It's in progress. So I'm going back to it yet.
Yep. Got to get her finished up painting Captain R.
Yeah, burnt sienna was one of the colors from the 64.
Yep. That's kind of what you'll find in these paints. They will be retro to your Crayola days.
Might take a while. He's got a slow feed. This is a waist up only Twitch stream.
I think they all are nowadays. I think that was a change in the terms of agreement at one point in time. Somebody was making money showing their privies. Women were getting, well, women and men probably,
That.
getting their dollars by having a little too few clothes on. Oh, that's gold too. It's supposed to be. Yeah, I keep getting more and more excited. We've done this the right way. The red was okay. I was like, yeah, I don't mind the red. It's okay. Then the,
can't see what you're doing.
I'm sorry. You're going to have to bear with it on this one.
Hey, I'm just looking out for them.
I didn't mean you. I didn't you. I just like. Okay. That wasn't molded on there very well, but I think it's good. The red was just okay. After the red, the skin tone really then started to pop. That's where I really started learning that the pigmentation and the way I could work with it because of the lighter color. So what I wasn't seeing in the red, I started seeing in the flesh tones that I was making. And now it makes me think, okay, well now I can treat the red a little different and go back after that. And then of course now the gold. I go into all of them with some trepidation, and then I come out the other end saying, wow, this is just awesome. You know?
Hey, don't get mad at me. You always use your knuckles right now.
Yeah. I don't know what I can do. The only angle I can paint this one right here. Sometimes you just got to bear with it because I can't get an angle on the model to do anything else. I wanted to make this guy. I wanted to build this guy without the hammer, but I couldn't. The way this model went together was really janky. The arms fit like weird to the torso, and I couldn't have left it off and had it actually then be able to go together after the fact without messing the model up. So I thought about it for a long time, and I was like, oh, I just got to build it. I just got to finish it. Which sucks, but because I knew I was going to run into problems trying to get all these areas.
It's like Chipotle? What?
Chipotle?
I don't know. I don't understand.
Who said that?
JP?
I think maybe some of you guys here can consider this a momentous occasion in history. You guys will be the ones that'll say, we were there the night that Slowview stopped using real paint. I may just ditch everything else I got. Go buy stock in Hobby Lobby.
So we're gonna have some kind of deal here with them.
With Hobby Lobby?
Yeah.
You want to sponsor my silly stream?
He is not currently sponsored by Hobby Lobby, if any of you are wondering.
Oh God, we might not want to be sponsored by Hobby Lobby. A lot of people have a big aversion towards their
they're
politics.
a little controversial.
I'm like, I just like that I get 40% off. I don't really care.
Next challenge, nail polish.
Painting with nail polish, I think that might be a little hard to thin. And by using nail polish thinner all the time or that nail polish remover, I might not be the person you want me to be by the end of the stream. I'll be looped out of my gourd. It'd be fun to watch.
You doing some nail art on me.
It'd be fun to watch. I
Paint
think
cool
doing some
designs
nail art
on
would be
my.
kind of neat. I've never tried that.
Paint
It's very
some
small.
cool designs on my hand.
It's very
on my
small, but I think
fingernail.
we could probably do it. I'm telling you, the translucence of this is just what's happening that's making the gold so cool. Is that it just has enough translucence for that sepia to poke through in various shade spots, right? I mean, look at that gold right there. Look at the effect we got, and that's without any wash, right? That's without any glazing, no shading, no purposeful shading. That's literally just raw dogging the freaking gold on the model. Right? But just enough of the base coat shows through, and it's really making the gold come alive. I am at the point where I'm like, geez, you could literally just use this paint and do your base coats with your highlights and then mat it down and call it a freaking day. If you wanted to get models on the table quick, I mean, nobody would be mad at this model if you just lost the gloss. I've said I'm stoked about it a million times. Yeah, Death, it is real paint. I'm just doing things to add drama to the conversation. Stop using real paint. So don't be offended. Yes, I realize this is also real paint.
Cho'Gath is calling for painting with glitter only.
Glitter? Like strippers? Body paint
Body
sessions? I'm in. I don't think Jen's gonna
You're already body painting on those naked ladies.
I don't think Jen's gonna want to take her clothes off.
No.
We could get thrown out of Twitch for that
We
anyway.
don't want that. LT said, I guess we can cut back on the donations since Jason will never need to buy expensive paints again.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Watch
Destitute,
out.
living on the corner with a shopping cart. Here it comes. I foretold this day was coming.
Memnor said you were talking up that Mr. Hobby Gold the other day that took forever to dry. How is this in comparison?
The Mr. Hobby has got a better metal flake content. This is still to the point where I can see it, but the Mr. Metal is a complete opaque, so it just kind of gives you a really good first cover opaque. What I'm seeing in this that I'm liking is that, again, the metal flake isn't as big as some of the other model paints. It's more consistent with like a Vallejo. See how you're seeing the texture of the metal flake in there? So it's consistent with Vallejo. I'm not seeing it be any bigger than what we're used to. So it doesn't look like boat flake, or like the kind of stuff that you'd see on a real cheap ass finish. But its translucence is such that it's allowing that base coat to come in between, almost come out up in between the pigment. Right? So you've got like gold and then a little bit of area for the base coat to come through. So it's giving us that really cool shaded feel. Look at that, right? I mean, look at this shoulder.
Somebody likes us.
Swagger Tone, thank you so much. Welcome to the Snails. So see what I'm saying? It's like that sepia, and I feel like we could experiment with that with different base colors and see if we get the same cool effect, right? But I'm doing nothing special. I'm just using the paint at the thickness that I've been using all the rest of them to put it on, and I'm really enjoying the effect that we're getting out of it. So, whereas the Mr. Model Gold is by far my favorite gold for pure coverage, but that's also when you get a bottle that actually does buff like it's supposed to. Like I showed you guys on stream, the steel and the iron buffing on the Mr. Metal, and that works great just like it should, and that gives you the power of that. If it doesn't buff, then that gold kind of loses its value, because then you got to spend a lot of time shading and highlighting it and things like that, whereas the important part of that Mr. Model is that you're supposed to be able to go in after the fact and buff it with a cloth or a Q-tip and not have to do any of the shade and highlight, because it acts like a true metal. You're going to get some really cool effects. But the gold, the only answer I got back is it should work just fine. Well, I'm telling you it doesn't. Do we have a different answer? I know better than to ask any more questions. It says right on the bottle when I got the magnifying glass out to read the fine print on the bottle. It says buffs. It just says just like all the rest of them. So I just got a bunk batch that doesn't buff.
That's crazy.
What's that?
I just put a link to a portfolio from a body painter on Twitch, and they
there's
look
some
like
amazing
drawings.
stuff.
These look like cartoons. They don't look like real people.
Oh wow. So they like cell shaded them and stuff.
Well, like that doesn't look like a real person.
Oh yeah, because they've cell shaded them like doing cartoons. That's awesome.
But this one, there's a couple videos, and they're totally real people.
Yeah.
Like,
that's awesome. I've seen some really cool stuff. There's that one guy that does all of the paint where he gets like 2 or 3 people to kind of hug in weird ways and then paints them up to where it looks like an octopus or something. It looks like a big lizard, and then like one of the people unwrap themselves and walk away. So he literally paints them all.
Okay.
It's awesome.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's awesome. It looks like a painting.
Wow.
So what are we getting votes that I'm supposed to paint women on stream now?
Well, when we were talking about glitter and body painting and strippers and stuff. Yes, there are Twitch streamers who do body painting.
I assume that that's a totally different kind of painting than I'm used to. At that scale, number one, and the types of paints, and they airbrush a lot, I would assume.
12-hour streams. I guess it probably takes that long, right?
Can you imagine having to sit for that long?
Oh, that's her. She paints herself?
No.
That's what DBD said.
I've seen a lot of them do their own makeup that's pretty extreme, so maybe so. Yeah, maybe she paints herself.
Couple are her painting her husband, but it's all her.
Wow.
Oh,
That's
I
pretty
gotta
great.
look at that again. Well, yeah, the guys all kind of do look fairly similar. Wow.
Remember, I promised to tattoo Jen. I did. I
I'm
gotta figure out
ready.
when we're gonna do that.
I'm ready.
I mean, she's been ready for.
Been ready for a year and a half.
Since I've known her,
Almost 2
pretty
years.
much.
Know what I want and everything. I'm just like racking up. I'm making a list of all the tattoos I want.
That's awesome.
That's,
the whole body.
that's really cool.
Yes, try to catch her on and see what all she uses as far as tools.
Oh, she doesn't use an airbrush.
No,
Matt-
not if
Matt
she's doing it
said
on
I don't think
herself.
she
I
uses-
wouldn't think so.
uses an airbrush.
Like
Wow.
brushes as well, which makes it even that much more amazing.
Yeah.
See this?
Oh, Studio 77 said it. So if you don't need that Vallejo paint anymore, you have my address.
I do actually have your address. I saw that you got your brushes. Awesome. I saw that earlier. Enjoy those. Studio 77 won some Winsor Newton brushes from us. Those are good brushes too. Just filling in now.
Yeah, I think it's going to be about time for you to open up all your tattoo stuff and see what you need.
Yep. All right. Remind me, and I'll do that over the weekend, and then we can order what needs to come in as far as stock. There's a place here locally, but it's way over on the west side of town that I could actually drive to. I keep getting emails that make me remember. They're like, "Hey, we're having a sale on needles and utensils." Probably just need some needles.
Killer Mini said it seems like you're fighting with the paint when applying. Seems it's due to the thick nature of the paint. Do you think just using oils instead? Seems like it would go on smoother and allow more blend. That's not for up.
Fighting with the paint when applying. I'm not fighting it. This paint's going
Seems
on
like
really
it goes
easy,
on
actually.
really nice.
It's going on really nice. Thick nature of the paint. I'm actually going on super thin, like I was just saying. The reality is that this gold is being really nice because of the translucence. Yes, the whole goal of tonight was to show how inexpensive tube paints. These things are 50-cent acrylics. So they their body, as far as pigment, is heavier than the normal acrylics that we use. But they're actually performing way beyond my expectations. They are thick in a paste, but I'm going in with a fully loaded brush. Every time I pull paint off of the palette, I'm using the wet palette. So the paints are actually very thin by the time they hit the model. You know, you can see that there's no texture being given to the model other than the plastic that was there already, right? So we've got very smooth, thin paint going on. You can see my blends are being very nice and smooth. My transitions are really good.
Donate $5 to the cause.
LT 1050. What? 1050? Thank you, sir.
Thanks, LT.
So yeah, I don't think that there's anything regarding that. I'm not fighting the paint. A lot of times. What did he say?
That's awesome. Quit stalling and take care of Jen. Here's 50 cents to buy a gallon of cheap paint.
No, I think that
Nice.
that's not the case at all. Oils would be much thicker, and you'd be doing the same thing, right? With oils, you'd be fighting it with mineral spirits the same way I'm doing it with water. It's not really fighting, right? But we'd be working with mineral spirits, and while oils give you the ability to layer and work the paint quite a bit, I never paint many those. I don't care what any of the so-called masters say. I just am not. That's not something I do. It works really great for flesh tones when you're doing busts and larger scale stuff, but on 28 mil stuff using oils, is a no-no for me because as a commission artist, I've got to make sure that number one, I can be efficient. Number two, I can turn out amazing work. And it's hard to get both of those with oil. You can get the amazing work, but you're not going to be efficient on time because the dry time is so amazing. Before I can go back after it. So, I mean, there's caveats to that. There's a lot of people that use oils, but pretty much not exclusively. I don't know anybody. If you use oils exclusively, that'd be great. Give us some insight as to how and why. But for me and most of the people I know, they would use oils to block out their skin tones or do all their skin tones, and then once that oil sets up and cures, go back after a lot of the rest of the model with acrylics.
Yeah, DBD makes a good point here. Use the white one. See how it compares to crappy miniature acrylic white.
Yeah, I don't have anything on this that wants to be white, though, is the problem. I thought about
maybe
that. But I can do some white, yeah. To find something we can paint white, I've got a bunch of stuff here, and we'll do it. I mean, this makes me want to try to work up one of our Imperial fists with paint. Yeah, but definitely just the opposite of fighting the paint. I feel like this paint is, I can't applaud it enough, being that I walked into tonight not knowing if I was going to leave you guys with a resounding yes or a completely busted
paint Gen White.
What's that?
Death and Arkin said paint Gen White.
Hey, we can do that. Come here. Come here, Wally.
Killer Minis, we're in Arizona. It's really dry here, so that might be why you're seeing that.
Seeing what?
Looks like you're wiping the brush aggressively.
Well, that's just the way I paint. I have a very stabby kind of aggressive approach at my painting a lot of times. That's probably just my method of paint. That doesn't have to do with the paint itself. That's just me. Ain't nobody got no time for taking smooth strokes. Shoot. Because we're just doing base coating with this gold. I'm a lot gentler when I'm doing highlight colors and second layer stuff, but on first layer, when I'm just going for coating coverage, yeah, you're probably seeing me stab quite a bit. That's not the paint fighting, that's just the nature that I'm going at the model with. But I promise I'm staying in the lines. I promise I'm staying in the lines. I literally couldn't be happier with it. We started a little slow. Like I said with the red was okay. It wasn't working up the way I would expect a red from Vallejo to work up, but it wasn't horrible. Right? It wasn't enough to say, this sucks, but it wasn't also something that made me say, oh wow. Then the flesh tones came in, I think because Richter, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. How the hell's your weekend starting off? But I think because everybody dropped some hype in the channel for Richter Scale, by the way, for that donation coming in hot with $20. Remember, we are pushing towards that 180 mark to give away Death Watch Overkill, a GW box set game that includes both the Death Watch by me and the new Gene Stealer Cult stuff. And some of that Gene Stealer Cult in the box is the only place right now, at least, that you can get, like Aberrants and some of the What's that?
It's only worked for me.
No, it's weird. The timer's set to 0, but for some reason it sometimes precludes anybody else to shoot.
Rich Thursdale Studios. Rich. She has a hard time with the pronunciation, but we love her.
Text to speech. She's a little challenged, but
there we go.
That's okay. Got these buckles on the thighs in gold as well. I think that'll stand off better on the red than the silver, given the kind of contrast we're using. to dig music.
Mhm.
Does this make me want to get in a little
Nope.
boy dress and your hair again?
Nope. Not this one.
Hey,
Yeah.
somebody likes
Super
us.
stoked. Sorry, I'm getting quiet. Going after the gold. Canius, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Hope you're enjoying your time here. To our little snail family on the internet. Welcome everybody on your Friday night, Saturday morning, whatever it may be.
Yeah,
wherever
thank
guys
you
are.
for starting your weekend with us, everyone.
We love our Friday nights.
Love
It's our only
Friday.
late night, really, where Jen and I get to both start with you. Jen usually joins us about
Yeah.
a quarter of the way to halfway through the stream, and Fridays are great because we're both here all night long. Catch up with you guys as we head into the weekend.
Well, I'm here till I get tired. You're here all night.
I'm here.
I'm here till I get tired. That's where I'm the old lady. How about you?
Everybody's always in good spirits on the budget.
Yeah.
So they don't yell at us and throw things. They're pretty receptive
Nobody's
to my bad
mean.
jokes.
Oh, we're hearing it's not everyone's Friday. Belmar said it's my Wednesday.
Oh, that's right.
Having Monday and Tuesday off.
That's right. Your beginning
Makes
of
for
your
a
week
strange
is
week.
your beginning of your week is your weekend.
And DBD is technically, he said it's his Sunday. His work starts tomorrow.
Ah. Where's Forrest?
Where is Forrest? Forrest hasn't been around as much.
Forrest might have got that job and might be working all the time. He was going for a job interview. We haven't seen him in a while.
He was also going on some dates. Maybe he met a
Oh,
lady.
that's right. He had a new date too. But usually, if that's the only case, usually I get a Twitch message from him like every day, and I haven't gotten one all week.
Oh.
He's all right.
Forrest, are you here?
He'd be talking if he was. You know him.
Yeah. Oh, Ramar, you work at a jail? Oh.
Doesn't it? Yeah, this is straight, man. Yeah, this is straight, Richter. I can't believe it. I literally can't believe it. I'm knocking all of these down with a fully loaded brush of water every time I go in the paint. Every single color I've been doing that with. Right? So I've got it on the wet palette, and I'm going after a loaded brush and working through, and then I'm going over to the water to clean the brush, and then I'm loading the brush up. But you can see how the translucence on it is being able to let that burnt sienna show through to give that shading to the gold, which is perfect. We'd be looking to do that with a wash afterwards, but I'm not even going to have to. But you can see how it's not breaking up any of the gold pigment. Look at that. Look at the pigment still is all constricted to the areas where the paint is, but it's almost just, I mean, it's like magic. It's like literally just reaching that translucent state to where it's a spot of pigment and then a spot of translucent, you know, whether it's the polymer bonding that they're using in the medium for the paint, or something else, some other kind of pixie dust that's working, but it's allowing all of that sepia to show through without me doing anything, you know. Somebody commented a minute ago that I was going at it, you know, stabbing the paint on, and I really am. I'm not doing anything special. I'm just trying to base and get gold where I need gold to go. But because of the way the gold is working on the model, I mean, you can see there's no texture buildup, right? There's no brush strokes. There's no texture buildup anywhere with this paint. So I'm going on at a really nice consistency, but it's freaking knocking it out of the park. Knocking it out of the park. I couldn't recommend trying it more. I'm like a broken record. The only thing you're going to hear me say tonight is go buy some cheap-ass paint. At least this paint. This is Hobby Lobby paint. I don't know what you got where you're at.
Yeah, Pixie's not here. You can't be stealing her pixie dust.
Uh-oh.
Why don't you donate $5 to the cause and maybe it'll make you feel better.
Thanks, Death and Knockin'.
Death and Knockin'!
Hi.
Thank you, sir.
Cheap pace for all.
Hype it up for Death and Knockin'. Thank you, sir. Keeping the stream alive. You guys rule. Thank you so much. Driving us closer towards a new giveaway, too. Got that Death Watch Overkill. That's going to be a fun one. I'm going to be stoked with that. A lot of models. And considering if you want to run freaking Gene Stealer Cult, you're going to need a lot of models.
LT, I think I would enjoy that job more than the actual job of the day for me today.
What's that?
Amateur body painting model. Versus the actual job of the day, which is the amateur clown wrangler. Which I was not very excited about.
Who wrangles clowns anyway? That doesn't sound like fun for the professional clown wrangler.
But I guess my help is needed with all the scary clowns, right? That's why you have to bring in the amateurs once in a while.
Or are you going to graduate? Are you going to graduate like after it? Is it kind of just like it's an intern position, and then when they're done, they're going to give you a job?
It's not clown school; it's clown wrangler school. So there's a slight difference there. Yeah.
Killing time. Swingin' Steve. Is that his name? Is that the name we've given him? Swingin' Steve.
I thought it was Dick.
Well, that was Kenny's. Kenny's was Richard. He is looking good, man. I am super stoked on these paints.
It's a job. It's not supposed to be fun. Clown wrangling is a necessary evil.
It's a job. It's a good staying in lines on that last strip. Man, that gold is just awesome. Freaking awesome. I'd be mad at that.
Oh yeah, I think it's 180. Is that the total?
180. Yep.
The target.
180. Yep.
That arrow's in. Well, no, that's what
it has that block on it. But
Richter scale.
we can't see what the damn total is currently because of the.
Oh, maybe that's what he's. Maybe that's what he's saying.
Yeah, it says. I can't tell. Hang on. I can't tell. We can make it bigger. I think that'll change that. No, it won't. It's just the letter is just written over it, isn't it?
Can it move down just a little bit?
No, it's not that. It's that the title is Overkill Auction, and the auction part writes it over, and I can't change that.
Oh, okay.
That's done because it just had too many words. There's too many words! Oh, please. I'll tell us what the total is. I'll change the title a little bit. No.
Okay, so this song would work in that picture from Gladiator. It's not as frosty sounding.
We're $50 in.
$50.50. Yep, that's what Memphis said.
We're 50 in. I can't edit it. The only thing I can do is end it and start it again. So we're 50 in. I'll just update you guys and let you know from time to time. Sorry about that. I didn't realize I couldn't go back in and change the title. All right. Base. And I am using just the same brushes I always use, so if anybody was wondering what the deal was with brushes. Same brushes you see me use every day. Which lately has been really no rhyme or reason to the brushes I've been using. Just whatever's laying around. Whatever's within arm's reach.
Do you use the Winsor & Newton brushes? Or
Yeah.
just give them away? Is that what you're using now?
No, right now it is it's
that.
an
Yeah.
Army, or no, it's a Vallejo brush that came with one of my paint sets. But yeah, we have the two.
I've used the Winsor & Newton.
Yeah, the Winsor Newtons she uses, but we use our 000 all the time. We'll use that for some fine detail here. I've got a 4 that I use, and I don't know where my other one is. Oh, and we've got a 1 here. Yeah, but yeah, I definitely use it. I've got an old Winsor Newton, one I was looking for. Yeah, I've got this one, this really old Winsor Newton Regency number 2 that has been a fantastic brush over the years. I've had that for eons.
Oh, Death and Knock, and I haven't seen it.
What's that?
Gladiator.
Told ya! Don't ask her about the movie, you won't be pleased.
Well, no, because he wrote, "Are you not entertained?" and then said Gladiator reference. So, I didn't get it.
Totally lost on her. Like, what? What? Ooh, that's a little bit. I can tell that.
Someone asked earlier, that repeating the question to you is what you're gonna do with the horns.
We're gonna paint them, but the horns they're gonna be gold on the outside, and they're gonna be the same kind of weird mystic gray wash, whatever we do on the inside. I just when I was doing the shoulder pads, I forgot to do them. I don't want to do the gold around the outside until I do the inside, and I just have been not paying attention to them. So I'll go back after them once I'm.
Nope, not at all, Death and Knockin'. You can quote the Notebook. Nope. I did see it. Not my kind of movie.
I like chick flicks. That's why we're together. That's why we work so well together. I do all the crying at movies.
Yeah.
Literally, I like cry at everything. I cry at like dude cop flicks. I cry at everything. It doesn't matter. I just cry. My time to cry.
It's okay. It's okay.
You gotta let it out. I like to do it in the dark. When I think nobody's watching. All the people behind me are snickering. That fool is crying.
No, I don't cry. Movies don't make me cry. TV shows don't make me cry. Real stuff does. Like, I get...
No, let's
I am. No, I am. I had a very icy heart at one time.
She loves other people's pain. She thrives on other people's folly.
True. But I get it. I get choked up at like real life stuff. Like, I don't actually. Tears don't actually fall, but I feel like I could almost be there on things like, and it's weird because I'm not like a super sappy romantic person, but like proposals, they get me. People winning awards when they were like genuinely happy about it and genuinely emotionally moved by it, like what were the awards that we watched, like the Emmys or whatever, when people win that and they're emotional, that's when I get emotional. But nope. Nope.
I do all the crying. That's it. Call it like it is.
Garrett says, changed my job, couldn't handle wrangling clowns into a clown cart and quit. Yeah, I told you I was going to quit that one.
Quit.
Mathis says, real talk, did you cry in the Pixar movie Up?
Me? Hell yeah.
I have not seen it, don't be surprised.
Hell yeah, I did. I cried at the beginning when his damn wife died. Are you kidding me?
No, that's what...
Spoiler alert, by the way.
Well, yeah, he said the flashback where it showed the relationship of the old man with his wife up until her death.
Too much for me to handle, man. Too much for me to handle. That kind of stuff, that kind of love and loss really gets me, man. I'm a very emotional person when it comes to, like, you know, that whole honor and commitment and all that stuff. And so, when you are with somebody for that kind of a commitment for that long, and your whole life revolves around that other person, right? And then to watch it all just kind of go away, it was sad. So sad. And to watch him afterwards, right? They did such a great job in that movie of depicting his whole personality. And
No, see, and I'm wondering if that might not make me get a little sappy, because I love old people. I just love them so much. And I love it when I see an older couple so in love.
Yep. I ain't gonna
So
lie,
that
man.
one-
That one
that
tore
one
me
might
up.
get
That
me.
one was
That
like,
one
oh
might
my
get me.
god. I was watching it with my nephew.
And I'm not just saying that because Jeff thinks I'm a serial killer.
Yeah, she is. She's a total sociopath. Total sociopath. That's the only reason I'm here. I'm protecting you guys from her, right? Her ability to just kind of climb a clock tower.
Oh. JB said I watched that on deployment and quickly learned that crying in the middle of a tent with 40 other guys will get you made fun of. They were back there crying too.
They're crying on the inside. I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't even care. I don't care. I'll tell you.
Pixar can be super manipulative on the emotional level.
Yeah, it was all a ploy. All a ploy. Bastards. I ain't afraid to cry.
I do like all the Pixar movies. I mean, every single one of them has been awesome. I just have not seen all of them. Every single one that I've seen, I should say. And very good.
Alright, guys.
It looks so good.
Yeah, I didn't know what to expect going into the night, but for having a good set of base coats and first highlights on the bulk of the model, I'm super stoked. I want to wash that silver down real quick and see what we wind up looking like after we put Nolan on it. But I ain't gonna lie, I've been saying it all night. I'm stoked. I'm super stoked on these paints. I thought super stoked. Don't know what else to tell you guys. Awesome stuff. I'm going to not use that brush. We're going to use this. Here's a damn brush.
What do I like? I like comedies, and I like mysteries. I love Dateline.
Pain. And other people's pain.
I do like other people's pain.
He loves other people's pain. She loves
I
laughing.
I don't laugh.
She laughs at other people's pain constantly.
I did. I painted one Friday, like a month ago.
Alright, gang, this is our only non-cheapo paint. Like I said at the beginning, the only thing that I recommend that you buy, no matter what, is Nuln Oil. Right? This is Nuln Oil. Going over this.
I have a partially painted Captain R from Super Dim. And a Jack. Well, but no.
Oh, they were asking about stuff.
Yeah, Matt was asked if I painted on stream.
Okay.
Matt.
You didn't see her? What? We had a Friday tutorial where she was working on Captain Art. This is Jen's first stab at
He's not done,
streaming. Yeah, he's not done. We barely got base coats done and some gold work done on him and highlighting up the face. Right? She's doing a great job. Again, lots and lots of texture. She's really good with adding in the texture on stuff. The hair is coming out really nice. I think we just did the face and the hair. Had a great Friday night. A lot of, well, not a lot, but some people had asked, like, hey, would you mind putting Jen on stream and then you coach her? Might be a good way for people to get a feel for, you know, painting rather than me just kind of going through everything and being like, okay, and this is what I do because I've been doing it for, 35 years and yada, yada, yada. And, how I would talk to somebody that's doing it new. And it worked like a champ. I think we had a lot of fun. I know I had a lot of fun. I think everybody in the stream had a lot of fun that night, too.
Thank you. Thank you. He's a really good teacher.
She kills it.
That Yeah. I don't think I would have been able to do anything even. I wouldn't have known where to start. But he really made it easy.
Thank you. I think I'm a good teacher.
You are.
I trained surly electricians around the globe for years and years and years. Might have learned a thing or two about how to talk to people. Considering I did that in like foreign languages that I didn't speak a lot of the time too. That was always the hard part. Hand signs and wall shadows on the. Somebody asked earlier how we were going to highlight up the silver, and the big key is to knock it down first, and then just come back at it with the same silver again. So we're really gonna hit this silver hard with the gnome, and then come back and highlight it back up.
Aww. He's really joking when he says that stuff about me.
What's that?
Mavis said his ex-girlfriend was the kind of person who enjoyed other people's pain. She was a police officer, would come home and show videos she'd taken on her phone of junkies in tears over how bad their life was. It was really sad, but she found it funny.
Ooh.
Our relationship didn't last much longer after that sort of stuff happened. I don't blame you.
Yeah, sorry, Mavis. That's not what we mean by Jen. When I say that about
I'm
Jen, I'm
really
saying that
nice
she likes to watch like Survivor and gloat.
I
over
do.
who
I love
loses.
Survivor. I don't gloat over the loser.
No, I mean like when somebody gets tossed off or something. She's all like, "I didn't like that person anyway."
Well, if I don't like them, but that's TV.
No, she is definitely the nicest person I've ever had to deal with on a long-term basis, and that's what keeps us together. She's awesome. You guys can tell. She can't hide it that well. Or if she can, she's got a big ulterior motive and master plan, because she's been doing a great job of hiding it for a couple of years now. So. You got me bluffed.
No, I'm a genuinely happy person, and I like other people to be happy.
She's great. I mean, I don't want to gloat over Jen the whole time, but I mean, like, literally, she keeps me in check. Like, I'm the kind of guy that, like, if I drop my keyboard, I'm like, mother, fracking, and she's like, hey, it's not a big deal, you know? I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then I stop, you know? Sometimes I'm the guy that when you stub your toe, you'd like to just bitch about it, even though it doesn't hurt. And she keeps me in check. She reminds me that, hey, it didn't really hurt, did it? Well, no. Well, then quit your bitching, right? Oh, damn it, okay. The most frustrating part is that she's right all the time. She's like, you know, it's not worth bitching about. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. I know. Yeah. I just want to bitch.
And sometimes you need to. And you listen to me plenty. I come home almost every day and complain about my job.
He's having a hard time at work right now, so yeah.
And I don't like to complain. I don't find any value in it.
Unless you can turn around and do something to fix it, you know. Yeah. Complaining and doing it. When I was running my business, I had lots of employees. People coming to me with problems. You know what? There's an age-old, don't bring me problems, bring me solutions. It doesn't mean that you have to have the solution worked out in your head already, but be ready to talk about a solution and not just talk about what pisses you off, right? I get you're pissed off. I get there's something that's not right. What can we do to fix it? If you tell me nothing, then stop bitching. Because I can't do anything about the nothing part, you know? If you're telling me there's nothing we can do, I can't fix nothing. I can't fix the inability to fix something. That's just not a thing. And people usually get it if you talk to them like that. You're like, yeah, okay, I get it. Obviously we can do something to fix it. Okay, well then let's dwell on that. There's got to be something we can do. Or I just tickle her till she pees herself. And life is good.
That has never happened.
Keep threatening, Mom. What if I tickle you till you pee yourself? No, that would be awful.
Now, guys, if this were a job, I would totally do it. I think we were talking about this the other day. That, yeah.
Be great. We need to, obviously, we got to be able to offer you guys more and different content, you know, before we can start thinking about, you know, okay, well, how do we support two people off of streaming, right? Not that it isn't something we'd want to do, but we are very firm believers in the fact that we don't expect anything that we don't provide something in return. And we just need to figure out what that is. What can we, you know, what can we provide to you guys that continues to drive content that you want to watch and, you know, that you want to give back to the stream to see and that kind of stuff. You know, we're constantly thinking about it, but it's not something you can just jump out and do. I mean, a lot of people do, but we're not. We want to make sure that it's all good, is the thing, right? We don't want to overload with useless content, stuff like that. We want to make sure that it's all good stuff that keeps people wanting to call this a destination. We love you guys. We love hanging out and making sure that this is a cool place on the internet to be. You guys are a great community. The talk and chat is always really pleasant. Nobody's getting down on anybody. That kind of stuff. So it's a good feel-good place. And we want to make sure that we don't just overload content and then make it to where we lose that vibe. That would be super sucky. Trust me, because I love coming here as much as you guys, and I don't even have to go very far. Again, I'm just basically washing in all these.
We could always start making meth in a buried shipping container somewhere in the desert.
I don't think they'll let us stream it. Oh, we weren't talking about streaming.
That's how we could make our, some easy cash, I think is the point.
Everybody watches that show and then believes that for some reason there's like a... Yeah. Like, I bet that market is saturated now.
Oh, I'm sure.
As if it wasn't before, right? After that show, I guarantee there's not a lot of room for new marketers. I don't know how to make meth anyway.
No, science was not my thing.
No, and that show didn't teach me anything. I was hoping it would. I was looking for it. I was looking for the way out. I don't want to play this life anymore.
Nothing could go wrong with that plan.
Yeah, right? Nothing. Absolutely nothing could go wrong.
Oh, thanks, Romar. I think that's nice to hear. Romar said, "You guys are my method of decompression after a long day of work. I find myself getting to the computer and watching you guys and the other Blue members just to relax."
Good, man. That's what it's all about. I mean, that's key, right? I like it because painting with you guys tends to be the best painting for me, right? I might not get the most done. There's a lot of nights where I don't get a lot done. Tonight I'm really focused and I'm enjoying this paint, so I'm ignoring you guys and then painting.
You're not. I'm
just kidding. Yeah. I'm not ignoring anybody. But, I mean, it's sometimes I don't get as much done, but I have the most fun because I get to interact with my friends. I mean, literally, I am happy to call you guys my internet friends. And whereas you got people on Facebook sometimes that, will every now and then like something you do, we get to actually interact, right? We get a little step closer towards, like, hanging out and having a drink with your friends. And I really dig that. I'm a very social creature. Just sometimes I get sick of being outside social, I guess is the best way to put it. There's a bunch of times where I'm like, like pretty much every time I drive in Arizona traffic, I'm like, I'm done.
When's the stream end? When?
Friday's just kind of open.
Feels like it.
Friday's just kind of open whenever I feel like we're done. We're getting close. I wanted to make sure we got null and oil on all of our silver bits so we could see how it took. It knocked that silver down really nice. Almost too gray. I'm probably going to have to go in with that that silver and bring it up with maybe a little bit of gray in the silver so that it's not quite as bright to highlight with. I don't know, we'll see. I might be able to just go in and dry brush with it and make that chain really start to pop that way.
DVD said, with all this love flying around, I just want to say, chat, I tolerate the lot of you at best. I could take you or leave you.
Just gotta knock it down a step there, buddy. Knock it down. It's like, hey,
DVD, bring us right back.
I don't want to have anybody get any funny ideas here. Like, don't show up on my doorstep like hoping for free food or anything. We're not like that giving them all that. And the gin twerk.
Oh, no one wants to see that.
Have you been twerking on stream and I wasn't looking? What's going on over there?
Okay,
when I said entertain them, there's limits.
See, you can't see me back here. You don't know what I'm doing.
This is proven by the wet willies that happen from time to time. We've seen this.
Killing time for that one.
We've seen the way this turns out, right? We've seen the way this turns out. Let's drop this down.
What's happening?
Over here. I'm trying to keep it out of the... I'll just turn the palette cam off. Let's turn the palette cam off.
Dirty little thing.
Turn the palette cam off.
See, that's the job I want. I want the job making catchy little audio clips.
We're going to make some this weekend.
Who will pay me for that?
Boobs, fart, boner, balls.
Boobs, fart, boner, balls.
Boobs, fart, boner, balls is going to get made into a thing. this weekend, I do believe. The way that's going to work. Alright, so this is where we are as of now with our journey into inexpensive paints. And like I said, I couldn't be happier.
That's great.
I couldn't be happier. It's amazing. The amount of work we got out of these paints for what would have been, what did we use? We used here on the palette cam, we used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 colors of paint for this so far, with all of our blending and mixing and everything. So 10 colors of paint is $5. That's less than one pot of GW paint painted this whole miniature. I want you to think about that for a second, right? Less than one pot.
And you'll be able to paint like 1 million of them.
Yeah.
Because it's
I mean, doing very
because it's so thick and it's big. And,
I mean, look, I wasted more. You can see on the palette how much we've wasted, right? I mean, we've got like a lot of browns that got wasted here because I just put too much on the palette. This stuff is pretty good. You know, it's yeah. I mean, all in all, this was $5 worth of paint. You could have gone to the store and bought at 50 cents. Well,
as subtle as a hand grenade in a barrel of
right, Meredith? But you've been in lurk mode, Dathar? Alright, man, take it easy. Have a good one. But yeah, so you know, less than $5 worth of paint all told, and the effects that we're getting are arguably as good, if not better in some cases. The gold is a better effect at the end of the day in putting it down than the golds in the Vallejo range. Hands down, bar none.
Wow.
The silver I was not as happy with as I am with like the Vallejo silver. The coating was not bad, but it just didn't feel right. I don't know why. It may just be the way the pigment sits in the silver versus the rest. But I think that the gold better than the Vallejo golds, and that's better than the Vallejo golds that I like, you know. So I would definitely think about replacing my golds with this gold. The red I'll have to play with more as we go through and highlight it. I'm not mad at the way the red sits now. It's just that as I was putting it on, I hadn't gotten to the point where I realized yet that we were able to get the layering effects. I mean, you know, we're getting good transitions. We're getting good highlights out of it. And once I go a little bit brighter by adding some orange into it, some yellow and orange into it, then maybe we'll see it, you know, popping a little bit more like we get out of our Vallejos. But right now I'm on the fence on that one. As far as all the colors went for basing, they were fantastic, other than the gloss, right? The gloss is hard to handle. The flesh tones wound up turning out really, really good. I mean, and we haven't even done our final highlights, and already the skin could literally be left like that, I think. You know, I was ultra impressed with it once it started popping on the hand, right?
That looks so good.
Yeah, the top of the hand is what did it, because that was literally, 4 or 5 brush strokes with that. And the fact that it was drying quick enough on the model that your layering was having an instant effect. It was being able to show me damn near instantly the depth that I wanted on the model that takes a long time to build up and a lot of color blending and layering with Vallejo paints. So I can give the way the paints work, and I'll have to work with more colors to know if it's the whole range or if it's like literally just those browns and that flesh tone. You know, we're seeing that the gold was a lot different than the silver as far as how it layered on, but also on the silver, I just put it over black. Like maybe if I'd have put the silver over a deep blue, maybe it would have given me a really cool effect. So I may go back and try some of that. Because I think that half of the work of the gold is its translucence. As opposed to trying to be super opaque, it's allowing that brown base that we use to show through a lot better. And that's the part that we're liking. You know, because that's going to prevent me from having to go back and wash the gold. So it's good lazy man paint, for sure. But I'm not mad at any of it. The highlight capability of it is really good. You know, we were getting good blends on the reds. You can see kind of there on the top of that hammerhead how we get from light to dark in the center. So all the blends are working really well. And this is without any struggle really on technique, just using my same painting styles that I tell you guys about all day, every day. So I will definitely be coming back to these. We'll be finishing this guy out with it for sure. And I'm stoked. Winner, 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 chicken dinner.
White, white, white.
All right, yeah, and Chin, yeah, I got your message, Chin. Perfect. What's up, Kenny? Kenny. Yeah, Kenny, $5 worth of paint for less than the cost of this bottle of Nuln oil. We bought all the paint that we painted this guy with so far. This is basically how that turns out. I can't deny that that's a powerful story right there. And then if it's just learning some technique to get the paint to work, I was really afraid that we would get a chunky model that at the end of the day I lost some detail on, or I picked up some brush texturing on it because of the thickness of the pigment. I'd be fighting the pigment all night long. I'd be really having a hard time making things turn out the way I wanted to, and none of that was true. We didn't fight pigment at all. I don't have a problem going after it with the greens and yellows to do the OSL on the Witchfire that we're going to put out of the hammer. I think we'll be able to glaze with it just as well using the glaze medium. I don't see any problem with it at all, other than the gloss, right? Our two big problems so far have been the gloss. What was the other one that I mentioned? We had the gloss finish, and the fact that you have to mix a lot, right? That even though this comes with 36 colors, there was only one flesh tone. The other thing that was kind of close to flesh tone was like, well, that doesn't even count. Milky white. There wasn't anything. There was nothing else close to flesh. So there was one flesh tone to start bringing it up from. But with the ease that we saw that it happened, I was mixing the flesh tone with the burnt umber, right? So burnt umber, which has a little bit of red content, it kind of mimics our mahogany. It's just not that much red. And not that deep. Like it's almost missing some black and some red in it, I guess. And this in the flesh. But by mixing this and by dumping in just a little bit of red, just a spot of red in those, we were able to get these flesh tones worked out. So we've got a little bit of the pinkish skin tone and everything. I'm stoked. I think it'll be great. I haven't run into any problem that can't be solved very quickly. I'm not going to have to wash the skin. I'm not going to have to wash anything on this model other than the silver that we did. And we knew that going in. The Nuln, the only reason you keep the Nuln around is to knock your silvers down, in my opinion. Silver's just too much of a hassle if you're painting with metallics to shade and highlight without washing it down. Right. Anyway, I'm literally a broken record, guys. I hope you've enjoyed it tonight. I've had a blast doing it, and I think that it's going to change some things as far as how I talk about throwing color at a model. And I'll have better answers for people now when they ask me, hey, what's an inexpensive way to get into miniature painting? Here you go. I spent $5 on paint to paint this model, and it's going to turn out like a champ. I would set this up next to any of my models. At the end of the day, the only thing that it's missing versus, these guys is the flat tones, right? Ultimately. Right? Not like we're seeing a whole big change in quality of painting due to the paint. I'm just turning the palette cam off real quick. As we set up other projects that we're working on, put it right up next to them. The only thing that we're missing is the sheen, right? We'd have to, even if we turn the light all the way off, look, we've still got the glow, right? So it's just a matter of the paint consistency and that lack of a flat nature to it. I don't have a problem with that at all. I'd stand that up next to any model that I've painted. When are we going to be doing the sculpting seminar? We're going to do sculpting tutorial the Friday after next. Next Friday we start the last of the Gore Chosen models with Kenny, and then the following Friday we're going to be doing sculpting. So between now and then we're going to figure out through a poll or just chatting in chat, we'll figure out what it is we're going to sculpt, and we will do a series of Fridays strictly through November on sculpting. So we'll probably take the whole month of November worth of Fridays and sculpt this, or as many as we need. We may get done before then, but it just depends on what the model is and what we're trying to sculpt. And we're going to build it up from armature and base all the way through to completion, and if we have enough time, then we'll work it through to sawing off and casting, because you have to generally cut a miniature apart and to cast all the individual pieces and parts and all that kind of stuff. So I would really like to take it all that range, and my hopes, let's all cross our fingers, if we come up with a cool model, the sculpt turns out really cool, we all think it's pitching, we'll cut it up, we'll use the time on stream to build some two-part casts, or some two-part molds to cast it up, and we'll cast the whole thing up, and then we'll maybe cast up, a half a dozen of them and wrap them up on screen so that everybody can have a model. That would be my goal. I don't promise, because it just all depends on how that works time-wise, material-wise, and coolness factor. But that would be what I have in my head. I think would be an awesome deal. Because if we do that right, we may get right up into the holidays where we could, through the holidays, be giving that model out. Again, I don't want to promise. As soon as I promise, it'll be next year sometime. Mathis, the Salamander is still a go. He's still sitting up here to get done. I took Convertorium down off of the ticker only because of the time it's taking to do it. So what we'll do is we'll just throw it up there as an event that we do as we get one finished, and then we can move into another one. I'm still going to finish him. I'm still going to use him as a tutorial to work on the cloak and things like that. But people have been asking about like a full-on armature up build of sculpting, and so that's what we're going to focus on next month. A custom Nagash? Oh, good God. Nutguzzler, do I wrap my models in cloth to prevent the rubbing off of paint? No. They sit up on a shelf up here. And they fall off all the time. No, they don't. But no, they literally just sit on a shelf. I don't worry about wrapping them up or anything like that. Mathis, have you not been here this week? Have you not seen the workup on the Imperial Fist? Yeah, we started working on Tuesday. We did some Imperial Fists so that we could show how to glaze yellows. So this is a better shot. This guy's legs, because he got both the yellow legs, show off the glazing and the shading a little bit better. This is what we've been doing this week, showing people how to work up yellows to get to a really cool consistency and neat way to do glazing to get your shading and everything in. These guys are turning out awesome. For test models, we knocked it out of the park on them. So I'm super stoked for these guys to be the way the army looks. And we're doing every squad different. This guy's all four corners are yellow. This guy's quartered yellow, yellow, black, black. We'll be doing some yellow torsos. We'll be doing probably a full squad of all yellow dudes, a full squad of all black dudes with just yellow. But all the squads are going to be different and noted that way. So through the contrast of yellows and blacks on them. But I'm really happy with how these guys are turning out. A 72mm Tech Priest could be a thing. That could be a thing. That would be a lot of work. Tech Priests have got a lot of shit coming off of them, but we might be able to do it. That's a good idea. Yeah, there's still the lightning bolts need painting. I just haven't decided whether I'm going to do those in red or maybe yellow or... Well, I haven't decided yet. But yeah, he does on his chest. He's got the lightning bolts that come off the eagle on there. He looks good up close too. I'm super stoked on the flex. So I've got to figure that out. I kind of want them red, but I don't know if I want more red now that I got the crest done. That's why I painted the crest first, to see if that was enough red for me. And then we might go after the lightning bolts in. I don't want to do them white. I think that's too bland. But maybe yellow. I don't know. We already did his crotch fist yellow. Red, Romar? Alright. I'm thinking red, so I don't have a reason not to do red. After I got the crest done, I was like, do I really want to pull any more red onto the model? And I guess maybe so. I guess maybe that would really help, because right now the red's just kind of like a police siren on his head. So if we do the red on the chest, that'll kind of pull it down into the visual. So yeah. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. We've got a lot more to do. Next week, we will be working on more Kingdom Death. We've got 5 more of these chicks to do. So we'll be working on those. We've got some Dreamer Crew for Malifaux that we'll be finishing up. And what else? Obviously, we'll fit in some Imperial Fists where we can. We've got this guy. I'm so stoked on this guy. We might actually come back on Tuesday and finish him up. If I don't get him done over the weekend, we might spend some time on Tuesday with Kenny finishing him up. Remember that after the weekend, Kenny and I take Saturday, Sunday, Monday off, and then we're back on Tuesday. I go first, so you'll catch me at 2 p.m. Pacific time in the U.S. on Tuesday, followed directly by Kenny at 5. So we each do 3 hours. That's 6 total hours of hobby awesomeness to start your day off or end your day off with on Tuesday as it is. And then we follow off right off of that into Michael Cho and then Sous Chef. So it's a complete night of awesomeness every Tuesday as well as on Fridays. Sous Chef will be up after me as we finish up here. So he'll keep you going off into the night, and then we do Wednesday, Thursday as normal. So looking forward to it. We're done here for the night, though, guys. I'm going to go eat a slice of cold pizza at 11 o'clock or whatever it is. That'll be great for me.
10:40. Oh, geez, it's late.
I was lacking a muse on Tuesday, and now I'm supercharged because of 50-cent paints. You are correct.
Yeah.
This whole week, literally, has been, I don't really know what I want to do. I've gotten a lot done, but I didn't really know. I switched to building this week is what I did. I switched to doing some conversions and getting some stuff built and things prepped for painting, and I'll continue to build during the weekend. But I got to tell you, it's funny that you can get a cheap set of acrylics and paint with them and have them blow your mind with the quality, and all of a sudden I'm reinvigorated, literally.
Everybody go to Hobby Lobby tomorrow. Don't wait till Sunday because they're closed.
Yeah, they are closed on Sunday.
Go tomorrow.
All right. Pick your painter guy and Jen. All right, Nut Guzzler. Thanks. Well, I need to find a better name for you, but you already have the best name ever, so what am I going to do?
Nut Guzzler, have you seen Best in Show? It's a movie that, like, one of the guys is a nut farmer or something. He just knows all these nuts, and that's his thing. He just all of a sudden repeats or just starts reciting out all the names of these different nuts, like cashews and walnuts and peanuts and pine nuts and macadamia nuts and hazelnuts, and it's always, when I see your name, that's what I think of.
And Mathis, you're 100% correct. That's the way I work. Like, if I'm working on a customer commission, which happened during Mathis's commission with his Emperor's Children, there were days where I sit down and I didn't have the muse to want to paint them. And that's not saying that that you can be flippant about it. It's a job. You got to stick your nose to the grindstone sometimes. But sometimes if you sit and you're really not feeling it, like as a painter, I know when I'm not feeling it. And if I'm not feeling it, I'm not going to work on your models, especially if they're customer models. And that's why we chose to do the Imperial Fist, because they're studio models. So if I'm not feeling it and it just kind of gets so-so, well, that's okay. I don't want to do so-so work in front of you guys if I can avoid it. But I'm definitely not going to do it on client models, right? So we don't touch client models. Just a thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Death and Knock, and definitely contact me, man. I'm interested to try to figure something out with you. I think that would help everybody because I've had lots of people question being able to do some one-on-one. So if we could figure out a way to make it work, maybe you've got some ideas. Then I'd be willing to try it out, and then we could offer it up to other people as well. That'd be awesome.
Okay.
Definitely. D's nuts. Exactly wrong. Hazelnuts. D's nuts. She made me watch that movie, and it actually was pretty good.
It was so good.
All right, we're out of here. I gotta go. I gotta stuff some food in my gullet, and then we gotta go to bed. So thank you guys so much from the bottom of our hearts. As always, you know the spiel. Our little corner of the internet is always open to you anytime you want. Drop us a line on Facebook. Drop us a line on Twitch. If you ever have a question about your hobby, anything you could do to pump yourself up, get your hobby to the next level, give me a shout. I'm always available to answer questions. You can email me at slowfuse@slowfusegaming.com. Make sure to go over to slowfusegaming.com and check out the whip gallery. Make sure you vote for all the pictures that are over there and the people that are doing it. That gives them a chance to win some slow bucks every Wednesday. Drop your own work in progress over there. We share that community page with Kenny from Next Level Painting, Slow Fuse from Next Level, whatever. Too many words. So, but yeah, thank you so much for spending your time with us. The fact that you guys choose to start your weekend off with us means the world. And every other day is just as equally as amazing that you choose to come and check us out while we do swing and paint and telling really bad jokes. So, thank you. We love you guys. Have a wonderful weekend. Be safe. We'll catch you again on Tuesday. Adios.